Okay, here we are. We're back, ready to stream again. We're streaming. It's me who's streaming. Anyway, today we're starting a little bit late. Some crazy time, but as you can see, it's blank. So we are working on something new. Last stream we were working on line art, some new merch. If you're interested, you can check out the Etsy shop. Some new stickers are there now. Stickers that we worked on stream, actually. Today we are actually doing a character and a scene for Tristin and Cantlon there. To be honest, I'm pretty sure that's the title, but we didn't talk about the title beforehand. Based on the context, though, I think that's the character. Also, hi back. Hi. All right. I do have a character reference sheet. I'm not going to show it because I don't want to show art without getting credit from the artist. Ooh, let me double check. I believe. Nope. Nope. The author is busy right now. All right, but this is a really cool character. We're working on a fantasy character that's got like fire abilities. They've got like a flame sword situation going on. Very cool outfit as well. Kind of a mix of like armor slash kind of modern, it feels like. We do have like a whole description here, so I'm going to like open it and put it to the side so I can see both things that I'm working on at the same time. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. Hello, how are you over there on YouTube? If you want to lurk, I am like stuttering like crazy today. It's been a long day. If you want to lurk, go ahead. If you want to work along, go ahead. If you have questions, you want to chat, please feel free. I'm gonna put on some glasses, so maybe you ever think that you can't talk well because you can't see? That's what I think is happening. I can't see, so my brain is like, what's going on? Hold on a second. Oh my god, we're brand accurate now. I have glasses now. Oh, I can see you all. Yay. Yes, when I'm working out like off stream, I don't usually wear my glasses. Or sometimes I do, it depends. Last time we had some issue with anti-aliasing, so let me double check. I'm going to use this one, but I'm going to make sure we're good. Okay. So, what I know from the scene that we're working on today, we're gonna give some sketch options for Tristin. What I know is that this character is very intense, very like fierce looking. They're not furious, but they're looking at us very intensely. So when I think of that, I think of the Rubik's Cube, Kubrick stare, where somebody's tilting their head this way. They look like looking you down, like that. So that's probably what we're gonna work with. I'm gonna add the details and everything afterward, I think. Hold on, let me make sure I can see everything though. Yes, yes. Okay, we're good. Bueno. Alright. Maybe we should work bigger. Maybe, actually, working on the head is probably not the best idea. I think we should figure out... Stuck. Alrighty, alright. Let's do it this way. Over there on YouTube, there is a process video of how I usually do things. And I had this thumbnail situation in the process video, but to be honest, I don't always use it. In this case, we should really use it because I actually don't even know the format that would be preferred for this. We could do horizontal, we could do square if it's media, but if it's for printing, because I think this client might want to print it in the future, I give my clients the option. I'm like, hey, if you want it to be commercial, then you can print it. You don't have to order commercial from the get-go, but if you think you might want to print it later, let's design it with that in mind. And then if you don't print it, that's fine. But if you do print it, you're already ready, so you're good. So let's work with like maybe 5x7 styling. Or right now it's 8 by 12, but like we can crop it down. Okay, what am I thinking? Somebody with like a really... Hold on. She's got gauntlets that are flamey, but she also got a sword that's flamey. Flame on! So we've got two things going on that's kind of intense. In that case, we have to consider... My PNG tuber still exists. I just use it on days that I don't want to show up on camera. To be honest, I checked. If you check the analytics, it does better when the PNG tuber is not there because you can actually see somebody talking. And then when it gets boring, at least you can see something's moving. Isn't that interesting? People like seeing people's faces. Isn't that... I wouldn't have thought that, but apparently, yes. She still exists. It's actually a problem if I only use a PNG tuber, I think. Especially because I vlog. Right, maybe this... Okay, rude. I didn't want a ruler. Maybe this kind of action? See, also this is another reason. When I talk about like, oh, let me do this kind of pose, I can't explain what I'm doing with a PNG tuber. I'm just assuming you understand what I mean. I've also had it happen where the authors who show up on the stream, they do appreciate being able to see who's drawing it. I don't know why that is, but I kind of get it. Kinda. Okay, maybe we do like, you know, like a golf swing. Oh, maybe not golf, baseball. You would like reverse your hip so you twist your body more. I believe she's looking at us. So she should be looking this way. Meaning her body should actually be kind of squared off to us. That is a really weird body position for this. This way. Let's zoom in so you can kind of see what I'm doing. However, we want to work small so we get the pose correct. What is this? What is this? Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. We did a similar pose. I think he's up there. Zagreus has a similar pose, actually. Except he's not looking at us. Been playing so much Baldur's Gate. I finished the game, by the way, and then immediately started playing it again. But there are fighter characters in that game, so they would do poses like this, is what I'm thinking of. Oh, nope, your elbow would be probably here. The first sketch is not always the one that we go with, right? That's why we do thumbnails. All right, buddy. All right. Angry but focused. That's a good way of thinking of it. But when I tilt her body this way, suddenly she loses some of that action. We'll do different versions, and then we'll see which one works better. I know it doesn't really make sense that her leg is like lifted like this, like she's standing on like a ledge or something. But does it look cool? Does it look cool? That's the question. We want it to be a really big swing, so we need to make the pose really exaggerated then. Actually, if we do that, I do think that the head doesn't make sense. So for this one, we will move the head. She'll look at us, but her head angle is going to match to make it make sense with her body. Like she's superior to us, so she's looking down at us, kind of. I know, the sketch looks like insane and looks like nothing's gonna happen with this. But we'll do it messy and then we'll clean it up and then client will have something to think about. Because I can't go that far in the first round. I believe also her nose is broken. Like it's not straight. I said it in my process video, where it's like, the sketch might not be anatomically correct, because I'm sure she's broken. Like, I know she is. She's definitely broken. But it is more dynamic that way, and then when I correct it, I'll have some guide of like, oh, this is where I need to exaggerate it then. I'm doing this way. My elbow actually raises, right? See? It cannot just be straight across, like it has to raise. See, the camera is helpful. Whenever I make that joke of like, slay your enemies, it's what I think of. Not just slay, but also slay, you know? How does one even swing a sword, actually? At this point, I don't even know. Actually don't know what her body type is yet, but I tend to draw my characters like really skinny, not because that's their finished result, but just because I'm just figuring out the shape. I'm almost thinking of them as like rectangles, and then later I like add the actual, make them look like a body. And play with the form more, and shadow and everything. Very close to her face, I feel like. I'm doing this. What is this arm doing? I'm trying to imagine. If I'm swinging a sword this way. Could get a reference. But I think it's too early for a reference right now. I will get one. Of course. Yeah, this kind of pose looks really static, right? Like nothing's going on. So we have to add some dynamic stuff to it. Anyway, this is just one version. We'll continue. We'll try different ones. But let me play around with the actual elements that are going to be in here. She has long hair. It in a braid, though. Yeah, it is. Okay, in that case. Ooh. You can always play with a braid to add some element. How loose is this braid? It's like more like the loose one. It's not like one of those tight ones. That means this has some volume here. Wait, hold on. I can't remember. I think it's her hair is actually supposed to be loose. Full on. Yeah, it's loose. Hold on, never mind. The reference, it's tied, but in description, it's loose. Great, perfect. Because I do think that fits the vibe of the situation. If it's like very fiery, there's gonna be flame elements everywhere as well. It's gonna look really epic. Makes sense that there's lots of like flow here. Now I'm wondering if that person preferred the PNG tuber. Maybe take notes. Some people prefer it, some people don't. It helps me to have the camera on though. Not just for the viewer, but I actually use myself as a reference. So selfishly, please enjoy looking at my face. All right, there is some proportion issue, but don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Alright. Sharp gauntlets, huh? Let's see. But they're also on flame, in flame. That's a very cool element. I think a different artist would have a different take on this. I'm gonna take some artistic liberty here. I'm going to actually make it look like armor, but also make it look flamey. Somehow. I'm gonna have to look up some armor for this. Something like that. Sometimes I don't add the outfit at this stage, but clearly this is going to be kind of epic, right? So maybe it's kind of important, especially if there's elements of it moving. The previous person who's designing this, or unless like the author had these notes on how it was designed, regardless, the design language is pretty good. Like, it's very sharp, and this character seems like a very sharp character. Kind of like angry, very fierce. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Here we're gonna have some fabric. Of course, another element, fly. See, it's almost like I knew. Hahaha, I'm just kidding. I kind of knew that there was gonna be a jacket element here, but I wasn't sure. This reminds me, last stream I had quite a few instances of it happening. Backseat drawing. But this is one reason why I don't really like it, is because I have a reference. You actually can't see all the information. I have more information than the viewer does right now. So trust the process. Let's trust the process. Ooh, they even have like a coat design. Not just coat, I mean, sorry, the button design for these buttons. I obviously can't draw that. We won't be able to see it. Okay, we have like an actual design for this, but for now, I'm just going to... That doesn't make sense. It should be here. Roughly draw this in. Yeah, this looks really ugly right now, the sword. I know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get there. Wondering if, like, because it's this action, right? Before you swing this way, you lift it this way, diagonally across you. So I'm wondering if I should have like some kind of flame direction going this way. Then maybe we should do like a circle kind of thing where the flame is going this way. Like this, and then her hair is like encapsulated to make almost like a circle kind of vibe. However, she is kind of pointy. Maybe we don't want circular. Ooh, things are falling. There we go. I think it's fine. A mix of soft and hard is not bad. I think it's important to have some hair like wildly around her face because when it's windy, hair does not discriminate getting into your mouth. Oh my gosh, hi Lilith, how are you? Wait, oh my god, wouldn't it be funny if I could like situate it? A little crown! I did it in time! Hey. Let's go. Okay, this is one sketch. Ooh. Make it. Hey, how are you? Now Lilith knows slay. We make this joke all the time with Monster Hunter. Slay your enemies. Oh. Her chest was connected and then I broke her. I broke her. I feel like we would all get along with this girl. She's ready to like slice down anybody. And sometimes the girlies need to rage. And you know what? I respect it. I think this is... Hey! Monster Hunter! Who are you hunting? Let's go hunting, everyone. Is this supposed to be a half body or a full body? I don't even remember what this order is right now. Hold on. 90% sure it's half body. Could be wrong. It is. Okay. Cool. Wait, half body to me is like thigh up usually, but because, oops, sorry, sorry for the flash. Because of the scene, I'm kind of like maybe here is a good spot. Here. I hardly remember the monsters, but Mizutsune, love that guy. That guy's weird though. Why is he so angry? We know why he's angry, don't say it. Man, calm down, man. I saw... It was like a video of somebody reviewing other creators' like setup, and somebody had a Mizutsune figure, and I was like, dang. We know, but we cannot exactly, that's what exactly. It's like, that guy... Let's not shame him. Okay, buddy. He's just going through it, clearly. I had full doubt on this pose, but actually it's kind of working. Like, it's pretty fierce. All right, let's try another one. If I was to get a Monster Hunter figure, it would be Paolumu. I want like a crochet Paolumu. I've never wanted to crochet anything, but I want a crochet Paolumu. That's what I want. What I need. Oh, this would be so cool. Wait, hold on. This would be so cool if I could do it this way. If the author allowed me to experiment in this way, I don't know. It could be so cool though, so I'm gonna do it. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. This one. I wonder how I'm gonna do this. Maybe in blue. Because the flames are gonna be blue back here. Because there's so many cool, like, flying elements. I'm good, how about you? This, oh, no. Like, I know how to draw, guys. I know. Just pretend flame on! Fantastic Four. Can I say something so controversial? That Fantastic Four movie Didn't like it. Love Pedro Pascal, but that movie, I was so bored. I tried my best, and I couldn't get with it. Alright, my thinking is, because there's so many like flying elements. I'm gonna do like a chop over here. And then the flames, the flamey effects, because the sword is also blue. Yeah, the sword is also blue. Ooh, that's okay. You're super welcome. If English is not your first, it's not. It's for a lot of people. It ain't. And it's also, it makes sense because English is a weird language. What is your first language? What language can we bond over the language? If it's not a language that I know, we can bond over the fact that English is a ridiculous language. No better place to practice English than watching some crazy Canadian streamer. Spanish! Argentina! Let's go! ¿Cómo estás? Listen, I used to have Latina streamer in my tags, but then people would come in and say like, ¿qué haces? And I'm like, lo siento, my Spanish is really bad. I'm Brazilian, so it's like the only Latin country that doesn't speak Spanish. And I can't speak Portuguese either, but I can read Spanish kind of okay. Like if I was to see like a newspaper in Spanish, I probably would understand roughly. If I was lost in Spain, maybe. Well, maybe not Spain. Spain has different, like, I feel like they have a little bit of different, like ustedes versus. I feel like they speak different. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I had to like Google Translate it because I was like, I only remember ¿qué tal? I don't remember. I took Spanish in university for like 1 semester. So like I knew some Spanish, but like not enough. And I grew up with like Colombians. So like we had family friends that were Colombian. It was really funny actually. My family speaks Portuguese, obviously. And they're speaking Spanish. And they were just speaking to each other in their language and somehow understanding each other. And I was like mind blown. I'm just sitting here going, y'all, I understand English and that's all I got. I got nothing. What the heck? So Spanish and Portuguese are quite similar, except there are some words where I think it's like, well, even Portugal and Brazil, like some words, they don't translate the same and it can be really funny. Some impolite words, I'll say. It's pretty funny. What was I? Ah, yes. For this, I'm gonna do like imagining like the elements go through here. If this is like white, I don't know if this is a cool thing for us to try. We're gonna try slay. Yes, exactly. Wait. Oh, it's this. It's this here. Okay, rude. Shh. This one here. There we go. I found it. We're good. We're good. This is not 99% of the time when I work on stream. It is not original. I can tell you that. It makes it easy to remember 99% of the time. And if it is an original, chances are it's like cutesy merchandise that you're probably like, okay, that's just cute then, I guess. I'm working for this author. That's what I put this thingy in the corner for, actually, to make it easy. Also to give credit. Because sometimes I work on people's stuff. And then I'm like, listen, I wasn't the first one who came up with it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Here I am. Can you imagine if I streamed every day? I think I would lose my mind. Ooh. Let's see. This one is not fan art. It's actually a commission. So I've been paid. Paid promotion. But I always ask the author, like, if I'm allowed to stream it. I think it kind of, for some authors, I think it's like promoting their book, because that's their book over here. This is their book. This is a character from their book, right? So I'm promoting their book. How many times can I say their book? But some authors prefer not to show it because it's like a surprise. For the colors, I place them because I'm thinking of this kind of interesting background. Like if I was to make this white and have it like seep out in a cool way. Versus this one, I probably won't. I'm just trying to explain to the client what I'm thinking. And be like, if I do it this, if I do this style, this is what I'm thinking for the background. If you think it's cool, we'll do it that way. It's crazy though. It's really messy. Because there's gonna be blue flames. And her sword is flamey. And this is also flamey. There's a lot of flames. It's gonna start to get very like heavy and blue. So then I was thinking it would be cool if this part here, her silhouette pops out. So there's some breathing room. Oh, look at me talking as if I know what I'm doing. Oh, wow. What if I just... Ooh. Apparently, so in the book, the way that it's explained is like, it used to be red flames. So her sword used to be red, and her gauntlets, this part here, used to be red as well. But then later in the book, she got like, I guess, hotter, more refined, more like, you know, intense. So then it became blue. So I think I think there is red somewhere. I just need to double check. I think it's just a fantasy novel. I believe it's like an enemies to lovers romance novel, but it's fantasy. Ooh, let me double check about the colors though. Oh, there it is. The sword is blue. Her eyes are gold. The flames behind are blue. There's a lot of blue. So in that case, we should probably play around to make the blues different. Okay. Moving back. I had like too many things open. I have to. So if that's the case that it's all blue, right? Then we should do some variation with the blue. Like here is like this or something. Her outfit is black, so I don't have a problem with her outfit standing out, and her hair is red, so it's not gonna be a problem. Not like bright red, but it's like dark reddish brown. Okay, and then maybe here it's lighter. What does blue flame look like? Now that I think about it. This usually when you see like orange flame, right? Or like reddish flame, the top starts to become lighter color, right? Or like yellow. So I'm assuming that it's the same with the blue. The higher it gets, it starts to dissipate, gets lighter. Kind of thing. I'm not coloring the whole thing. It's just this one where I was trying to explain, like, this is what I'm thinking. Better to if you're working with a client, it's better to draw it, not explain it. But I still explain it. Like, I still write notes, but most of the heavy lifting should be the drawing itself. Whoop. Just for this one, though, I am going to fill her in so we can actually see what's going on, because otherwise, what's happening? I really don't like using pure black. So probably we're gonna go with purple, because it's in between red and blue. Not that saturated. Calm down. Whoa. Something like this. It looks almost like black, right? It's not like her whole outfit is just one shade of black, but just for convenience. Because it's the same pose here. She can see what's happening here. Whoop, that's not right. Fill in the whole character, why don't I? This side also has a gauntlet. Like this. This is also black. See, it's hard to understand what's happening unless I fill it in. Then you're like, oh, that is also going to be filled in. That's not just a line. She looks like she has a tail. That's not what we're going for. It's so cool if you want to have a tail, but this is not. I think if you have a tail, chances are it's not on purpose. You just have a tail, right? Can you just like add a tail? I don't know. What are we talking about? Like this. And then in that case, where is the clipping layer thingy? There it is. I did something similar to the Mile one, the one that's orangey up here. Oh, appears at some point. She also has like a English is hard. What is this? What is this called again? The tail of the jacket? This bottom part here is also colored the same as the back. That one, yeah, the shoes. See, I'm telling you, the stream is set up in two ways. One, for your entertainment, of course, but two, also, so when I explain things, I can just point at stuff and be like, ta-da! Like that one, you know? No, definitely not rendering, don't worry. I'm just placing this silhouette, this color for this silhouette. I definitely need to do thumbnails. We're still at the thumbnail stage. But for explanation purposes. Because a lot of people who work with me, I'm sure they work with all the artists. I'm sure they do, but they're not artists themselves. Some people I work with are artists, so it's a little bit easier to be like, this is my plan. I just throw a sketch at them and they're like, okay, yeah, I believe you're gonna figure that out. Versus with authors, they don't have the same information, so I have to like break it down in some way like this. Makes it easier for them. Okay, this one can be together. Yeah. This is option 1. 1 and also color variant 1. 1A, 1B, I guess. Kind of. Because like this one, I'm just imagining, well, if I do the color for this one, I feel like I have to do the color for that one. Because it's like, what's the difference? Alright, let me do it this way then. I'm a very lazy woman. Okay, this one is gonna have a different setup here. Like that. Okay. This one, the background is intentionally like all blue, basically. So we have to be careful with that one. I am trying my best to find the pathway. It could also just be like one huge flame in the background, right? That could be cool too, but I don't think that's what's happening. Based on the environment. What I want to do, what I immediately think of is to do like this, where I make the whole background dark, and then the flame lights everything. But the problem is she's wearing something dark. So then it becomes really dark. Unless this flame is like super epic and really strong. Let's experiment. See? Thumbnails, but like thumbnails color version. Color style. Okay, we've lost all the flames. That's fine. It's fine, everyone. Don't worry. We're doing great. We're doing fine. Oh, sorry. Messy. Messy? Like... like the player. Alright. Me never watching soccer, but somehow still making that joke every time. This is a light source. This is a light source. This is a light source. We have a lot of light sources. So maybe it's okay that it's so dark. Ooh. You called it soccer. Oh no! Football! Ah! Oh, that reminds me of like we were working with somebody, and then he was like, making fun of the fact that I didn't watch FIFA. We, yes, we, as a collective, we were working. I do it all the time. I'm like, don't worry, we're gonna figure it out. Don't worry, we're gonna paint this. We, yeah, you're in it with me, actually. I bring you everywhere, Beans. Canadians do call it soccer, yes, because I think Americans call it soccer, therefore Canadians call it. We just copy the Americans. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Now the Canadians are gonna come for me. But we do sometimes, like, there's a lot of things that we do copy the Americans in language, where I'm like, sometimes confused. I'm like, is there the British? Is it the British or is it the American version? Like jewelry. We were talking about it a while ago. I don't know how I spell jewelry. I don't know how I spell gray. There's so many things. See, English is ridiculous. Are we speaking about American English? Are we speaking about British English? I don't know. Is it tomato? Tomato. I don't know. I had this friend, she was a flight attendant, and they clocked that she was not American because she said tomato in a certain accent. And different cultures have like different like British accents. Like there's Indian British, and then there's, I can't remember, like I think, is it Haiti? There are other places that have a British accent. So then you're like, hear it, and then you're like, yeah, which English is that? Are you British? And turns out my friend is Canadian, but she has a British accent. It's French, right. They performed at my school one time. There was like a Haitian? It's not Haitian, so it's Haitian. English is ridiculous. Regardless, there were some performers and they were speaking in French, and I completely. There are other places that have a British accent. I just cannot remember. The Commonwealth countries, right? Because Canada is Commonwealth. We are technically under Britain. We still have the queen on our money. Oh goodness. English is ridiculous though. It is like what's it called? Like the consumer language? Like the business language, English. So it's really, if you're in business, English is a really good language to learn. Or I guess if you're in entertainment, also English is probably a good language to learn. But goodness. What are the most difficult languages? I feel like Arabic is very difficult. Chinese is very difficult. I'm saying Chinese. I know there's Mandarin and Cantonese, but listen, I don't know. Both of them are difficult, so it doesn't matter. Both of them. Which one? Difficult 1, difficult 2. They're both. I don't... Either one. Yeah, today somebody was talking to me about this. They were like, you have a local accent. And I was like, I don't have an accent. And then I was like, no, I do have an accent. I have a Canadian accent, but it's just neutral English accent. Standard English, I feel like. I knew this one teacher though, I swear, he sounded like he lived in LA, the way that he talked. And I don't know why. He had that like entertainment accent. But in fact, he fluently spoke both French and English. So he was from Quebec. So I was like, even more weirded out. I told him one time, I said, hey, teach, you sound like you're from LA. And then we were having a conversation and it was like, Azuki, do you have an accent? I don't think I have an accent. And they said like, yeah, you don't really have, you just sound like you're from Ontario, which is just neutral English, I feel like. I don't want to say like, oh yeah, I have neutral English and then be like, incorrect. Who's this gonna offend? Other English speakers? But maybe I do have an accent and I'm just being like blind to it. You know, it's a thing of Americans going, I don't have an accent, but they have an American accent. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to be like, I don't have an accent, like Canada is the standard accent. That's what I mean. The local streamer claims to have a normal accent. Yeah. My point is, yeah, there we go. Capsule Coast saving me. Woo! I feel like the neutral English is like, there's like the American accent that you hear in movies a lot of the time that doesn't have like a southern twang and it doesn't have like really intense like drawn vowels. New York, like that. Or any kind of variation. It's very phonetic. And that's what I'm like, that feels neutral. Is that neutral? Some Southern American is going to come for me. Not the South Americans coming for me, not saying football. Yes, in Brazil they say football. And they also yell, "Go!" I grew up with that. I know. For the sake of understanding what's happening, I'm gonna do like this. All right, 1 and 2. Let's move on to number 3. Yes, there is definitely like, there's such a range. I love watching dialect coaches. They're so interesting. Like they're talking about like how to pronounce, like even the transatlantic accent is so cool to me. Ah, so many accents. And even like Spanish has so many accents too. Japanese has many dialects too that I don't understand what the heck they're talking about. Sometimes in anime they refer to it where you're watching it and then somebody will say something and you're like, bro, what are you talking about? One example that I have of slang that I've picked up, I don't know where it's from, but this is what I've picked up. Like, what is it? Atarimai janai is like, I think, because I always say it in the slang version, is like, isn't that right? Or, no, of course that's right. Like, of course. But I always say, atarimai jan, with this weird accent. And I have also been told that I say apple with a weird accent, with a weird dialect. And I'm like, dude, I don't know where I picked it up. That's just how I say it. But it was pretty funny. The teacher assistant in one class was like, you're saying it, like you're not saying it wrong, but you're saying it in not like a standard way. Like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, dude, I don't know either. So if you watch a lot of anime, and probably some voice actor out there, I think it's a very gyaru way of speaking. Gyaru is like girl. It's literally girl. It's girl, but in Japanese, Japanglish. But they have a very slangy way of talking, like Valley Girl, if you were to translate that, like Valley Girl vibe. And so a lot of the anime characters that I like are probably gyaru, and they speak kind of impolitely. I would get in so much trouble in Japan. I speak so impolite. I speak incredibly casual in English as well. Today I was talking to somebody and I was trying to explain. They asked me, is that person a woman? And I said, no, it's a dude. And then I went, it's a man. Sorry, it's in a formal setting. I'm like, sorry, he's a guy. I mean, he's a dude. He's a man. So I have problems when it comes to being formal. I'm not good at it. Glad I don't have to be. Most people pass it off as like, I'm just very friendly. But goodness, I could never be a lawyer. But yeah, Capsule Code, there are quite a few dialects. We also have native Japanese, where it's like, you know, they have probably dialects that are dying out as well. There's a lot of us. There's just a lot going on over there. Lots of history. I think depending on where you are too, the border. If you're a farmer as well, I'm sure they also have different things going on. How am I drawing this? I wanted to do it like this. I am! Yes! Yes, is she right-handed or left-handed? Does it matter? We're cheering over here. Yes, that's why the branding is very Japanese. I think I would feel weird if I wasn't. And then I had all this branding. I know Japanese culture is like really trendy. So a lot of people use it. Me personally, if I wasn't Japanese, I don't think I would use it. Yes, yeah. There's a big amount of Japanese people in Brazil. So I'm one of them. But I'm not in Brazil. So I'm even weirder. I have run into other people like me though in Canada. And I do find it funny when I hear stories of other people who have run into us. And they didn't expect it. They're like talking to somebody, they're like, sorry, I have a phone call. They pull up the phone and they speak in perfect Portuguese and they're like, I didn't expect that. I've had somebody think that I was lying too. That was a weird one too. Where I said, I think I said I'm Japanese because it came up in conversation. I think maybe we were talking about anime or something. I don't know. That's a terrible reason, but can you imagine? We're just talking about like Naruto and I'm like, actually, I'm Japanese. I don't remember what the context was. They might have just asked and I just picked one. And then later I said, well, actually I'm Brazilian. And then they went under their breath. They were like, I thought you were Japanese. What the heck? They were like, she lied to me? And then I was like, no, it's possible to be two things, buddy. You can be in what world do I look full Japanese, buddy? Actually, there are some people who are full Japanese. They do look mixed just naturally. So I can't actually blame them on that one. However, the curly hair has got to be... Hey man, there's gotta be something that gave it away. Surely. That was a funny one though. This looks a little bit too tight. I just speak English. I'm studying Japanese and my Portuguese is really bad. It's terrible, actually. However, we do have some people who show up in stream. They are Brazilian and they're very cool. I have run into people who are Brazilian out in the wilds. The cold wild, because we're in Canada. And they're very cool about me not being able to speak. In fact, a lot of them will be like, oh, that's cool. I'm also not able to speak. We all have different stories, different ranges. And I can't speak. I was explaining this to somebody today, actually, where I think I was really shy when I was a kid. And so that's why I didn't end up keeping it. However, growing up, I had to understand it. Yeah. So I do understand it. I want to say, because I haven't used it in a really long time, and my family's gotten pretty good at English, because I got really, I can't, they had to pick up the slack. I think, I want to say like I can understand maybe 65%. Maybe. If they're talking slowly and not in slang. I've also had it told to me that, I don't know if it's really the case, but the way that I speak English is relatively easy to understand. There are some people who speak, like some Torontonians especially, they have like a really strong Toronto accent. And I would assume that if you're an international person, it would be really difficult to understand. But because I grew up with so many people who don't speak English, I have to learn how to speak English in a way that makes sense. So it's just second nature. Isn't that handy? So if you, that goes without saying, if you're an international person and you want to learn some English, I might speak too fast sometimes, but I do think I don't use too much slang. Except for slay, maybe. Slay. We'll sprinkle in some queer slang here and there, but that's pretty much it. Other slang, I'm like, I don't know. Ooh. I did, actually. I think I watched a mix of Canadian and American. Some things that are Canadian that I didn't realize were Canadian. What did I watch when I was a kid? I watched, for example, Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne is Canadian. If you didn't know, like, it's complicated. She's Canadian. That's true. If you know the slang, like if it's explained to you and now you understand what context to use it, then it's good, yeah. There's some slang that, I'm not Gen Z anymore. I don't understand what they're saying. I'm like, buddy, what? The first time somebody said, do you like my drip? Yeah. Yeah. Justin Bieber, Keanu Reeves. We love Keanu Reeves. What a sweetheart. What's his name? Jim Carrey. Shawn Mendes. I told somebody the other day that Gen Z is turning 30 and everyone freaked out. All of my friends were like, what? And I was like, yeah, man. This is a baseball pose. I don't know what's going on, but you know, sure. I don't think the legs are correct. However, you know, it's fine. We'll go with it until... Ooh. Wait, is The Rock Canadian? Dude, what? 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 Even I'm learning here. There are a lot of Canadians that people don't know are Canadian. I think there was an actress recently too that was like pretty big, and she's also Canadian. The girl from Mean Girls, Regina George. She's Canadian. That wasn't important. The girl from The Notebook, she's Canadian. Yeah, Michael Cera, the guy, what's his name? Alan in the Barbie movie. He is very much Canadian. None for you, Regina George. I love Regina George. Canada. Let's go. Yeah, we have quite a few Canadian celebrities that people don't know are Canadian. Because again, it's one of those things, like, we just sound American. We're like pretty much the same. Like, what do we have that's different? Not much. Just a better reputation. That's it. We have the reputation of being really nice, and then America has the reputation of being like the really loud older brother. We do have Timmy's. But then you guys have Dunkin' Donuts. So we don't have Dunkin'. Okay, we gotta move this leg. This is crazy. I was gonna say we do have meese. Moose in plural. Meese. I hope I never see a moose. Here they're scary. This pose is essentially the same. What's going on? I'm gonna search up some references. Clearly I'm stuck here. All I know is I want her angled this way. Wielding a sword. Wield sword pose. Woman. Thank you. I talk to the internet like a... Okay. Alright, thank you. Random poses on the internet. Ooh, this one's a good one. We have so many. Okay, I'm so sorry, Shutterstock, but I am not going to pay you for your reference because I'm not using it in that way. Well, will Shutterstock get mad at me if I put it in my stream? Okay. Fine, everyone. I'll just keep it really small. Alright, don't worry about it. We need references. We did one without a reference, and then I realized we tried. We tried and we got somewhere. Do Americans have Canadian goose? Because we are covered in those. They're everywhere, and they're very scary. The cobra chickens. They're so scary for no reason. I do find it funny that we have a Tim Hortons. I went to Tim Hortons today, actually. Hey. Hello, how are you? Kitsune. Cute. Wait, so you have geese? We have some, they're scary. I don't know. The other day, I saw this really cute goose. Actually, it was not cute, but it was cute that he was just Could have been a sheep. Anyway, whatever. Goose. Just chilling there. Sleeping. And then we passed by and I was like, oh, look at the goose. And then its eyes tracked me and I was like, don't look at the goose. I'm scared. Run. It's so scary. Why are they so scary? They have no business being scary like that. This is an interesting hand position. Ooh. The beauty of references, am I right? It would be crazy if we ended up doing that. Ooh. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, I do have super chats now. Unfortunately, I cannot take requests like that on this stream. I would recommend either sending in a commission, or I'm going to eventually set up a thing where I can do doodles for everybody. But yeah, I cannot, unfortunately, do requests. Ooh, alligators. It's an interesting way to hold a sword. Ooh. Yeah, my apologies, I can't. I lost my... Hold on. Shutterstock, don't come for me. Don't come for me. Everything I do on the internet, I'm worried that some corporation is gonna come for me at any second. I'm for running from the law at all times. I don't understand. Interesting. The chin is covered. What's happening? Oh, that hand is wrong, for sure. Right here. Yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't say it on stream, huh? I got into the YouTube partner program? Yay. We still haven't hit 4,000 watch hours, but we hit 3,000, and that's a checkpoint, which means I can get super chats and other things. Membership? I think I still have to set stuff up. I don't know. I don't remember what I can do over there. But there's stuff that I can do now. Yay! And soon we'll get to 4,000 and then we're all set. Huzzah! If you don't stream, the concept is like, I would say it's the same, almost. It's almost the same as Twitch affiliate, where Twitch affiliates, they get paid by the ads, right? I don't think I run that many ads on my stream, but at the same time, I don't watch my own stream, so hard to say. I don't think there's a lot of ads. But on YouTube, there are no ads, and if there is an ad, I'm not getting paid by the ad. So that kind of sucks. If you have to see an ad, it's not even paying me. It's just there to annoy you. Versus on Twitch, I watch an ad and then I'm like, hey, that's I'm supporting the creator, you know? I watch my own streams only to make clips for social media. But I think it's a little bit weird to, it feels a little weird to watch myself, I'm not gonna lie. It's not like watching a movie, right? Where I worked hard and like, I put in a lot. It's more just, I'm watching myself work. I think you get that cringe a little bit. You're like, ooh. Sometimes when I watch my own clips though, I do find it really funny. I do actually find them funny. It's contagious. Because I see myself laugh, so then I make myself laugh. So I think I'm kind of funny to my own standard. Which is the most important, but then if you want to make money, maybe you gotta You gotta appeal to other people. But hearing my own voice now is not so bad. I've edited my voice enough now where it's not so bad. But there are some things that I catch in my voice, like habits, that I'm like, I didn't know I used to do. I didn't know I do that. I hate that now. Like maybe, for example, I can't think of an exact example right now, but for example, the way that you say P, or the way that you pronounce T's on like on your mic, you'll be listening back and you'll be like, why do I pronounce the P so strong? What is that? Goodness, it sounds like I'm spitting on people or something like that. Something in that vibe. Or when I stop talking, you can hear like mouth noises or something if the mic is too close. And I'm like, ooh, I hate it. Edit it out. Edit it out. Usually I have music on my YouTube videos and I can't hear it, but also I have bad hearing, so somebody else tests it for me and tells me. Thank goodness. I also find it helps to have somebody else hear it because one, you're very critical of your own stuff, but then the other thing is I have a different setup to somebody else. So on my computer, it sounds fine because I'm using Windows. But if somebody is using a Mac, apparently the audio comes out different. So, for example, my last YouTube video, there's one section, I don't know why, but one section would only play out of one ear. And I couldn't hear it on my computer because apparently Windows does a thing where it corrects the audio for you, which is very nice. But Apple plays it, like iOS, plays it exactly how it was meant to be played or whatever. So, I mean, I guess that's great for gaming, right? I guess. I think I'm more critical, not usually of the audio, because I can always voice over something, but more critical of how I look on camera. Which is why we have a PNG tuber. Somebody was asking earlier, I'm like, listen, some days you don't want to be on camera. That's just straight up how it is. And it's not like a self-conscious thing. I think it's just a natural thing. If you stare at yourself on the camera for long enough, you're gonna have to gripe with some things. It just happens. In fact, I was watching a thing and they were saying, like, I think during COVID, because everybody was working from home and they were using Zoom, the frequency, there's a rise in plastic surgery because people were staring at their face so much, they were kind of getting like really self-conscious staring at their face. So when I first started streaming with my face, for a good while I was like, this is so weird looking at my face. Goodness. Also, thank you. Hydrate. I will hydrate. My bad, Lilith. Where is my water? And also, where is the thing? Oh, 27 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, Lilith. Ugh. I promise I have a chat widget that I'm going to set up. I have it. I bought it. I just have to set it up. When will I make the time to do that? I'm working on it. Oh! But yes, I do have a PNG tuber. I only use it on days I don't want to show up on camera. Or if something crazy is happening behind the scenes, I guess. Maybe if I didn't eat dinner. I was muted and I'm just eating. Yeah, eating on camera is weird. Okay, this is not her actual face. I'm just putting a face here so we understand what's happening. There are also the clips. The clips, I think, showed it. This is an interesting thing. Somebody was asking about the PNG tuber earlier, and I was saying that I have noticed if I make a clip and it's a PNG tuber, or if I make a clip and it's my face, they work out differently. People actually enjoy seeing a person's face because it's more animated, there's a lot more talking. I mean, VTubers are super animated, so it makes sense that VTubers are really fun to watch. But PNG tubers are a little bit I think I would say it's like VTuber and then entertainment visually, VTuber, face cam, and then PNG tuber. But at least there's something. It's not just my voice. Imagine if it's all of that and no voice. That would be, I think, the worst probably for streaming. Entertainment-wise. Off-stream, I am usually working on the same things I work on stream. I do like working on original characters, and I like working on prints and everything. But right now, I don't have the luxury. I don't have time. So, one day we'll get back to it. I'll work on original. I did work on that one for the YouTube video, but usually I'm not drawing. Like I am drawing off stream, but sometimes I'm doing administrative stuff, so it's not like all the time. Maybe face does do better than VTubers, but me personally, I think I like shiny colors, so maybe it's my bias. I like watching VTubers. Because I'm like, ooh. My profile picture is the same as my PNG tuber. She is Azuki. Her name's Azuki, so we have two Azukis. Like kind of mascot, but not really. I don't know how I made her. Not gonna lie, she turned Asian. Maybe because the model is Asian. Don't know what happened. However, she is not, so we're gonna correct that real quick. Whoop. All right then, thanks happening. I have some original characters up here, but yeah, right now I don't draw them as much as I would like to. I think people ask for, okay, I'm gonna straight up say this. People ask for a lot of things on this stream. They ask for a Discord. They want more original characters. Not just not you, Capsule Co, but just in general. Some people ask me specifically. They're like, can you draw more original characters? Sometimes they ask for very specific things that they want me to draw. That's like fan art that I don't know of. Listen, man, listen. I gotta do it in a way that balances what I like, but also balances what not just one person likes, but overall is good for the stream. And that is why when I get big and people just enjoy chilling in the chat, I can do whatever I want. I don't expect to get very, very big, right? But if this is like, you know, a regular thing, then that's fine. I can do whatever I want. However, right now, I go to a lot of game conventions, and that's where I get into. Then I have to do that, right? Yeah. I would be like okay with being like moderately big in terms of like the artist Twitch streams. At least partner, yeah, partner would be nice. But after that, I'm just like, I don't really care. Like, can you imagine? There's some artists who have like a million followers. That scares me. And I'm like, no, I'm good, thanks. I don't need that. Please don't recognize me on the street. That would be scary. Cause I leave the house and I look like a mess. That'd be awful. 100 viewer stream. I think, yeah, maybe. I think past that point, I think I'd start getting nervous. I'd be like, I don't know. It's like public speaking at that point. It's like, do I remember everybody's name? Are y'all good at memory? Because I'm really bad at memory. And sometimes people will show up in the stream and they'll ask me, hey, do you remember me? I was here like 3 streams ago. And I'm like, if we had a conversation, 9 times out of 10, I'll remember. If you just stopped by and said hi, then I'm like, do I remember? I don't even remember what day it is, buddy. I'm trying my best. But I don't want to insult you, but I also talk to a lot of people every day, so. Ooh. Okay, this kind of, her head is not matching her body right now, but just have faith that it'll make sense later. I don't know why I spent so much time on her face. I just did, because sometimes that's what I want to do. Ooh. This is true. You can click on people's... I think it's more like if they come back like a week later, then I'm like... On Twitch you can do it. On Twitch you can. But people don't ask me on Twitch. They always ask on YouTube. And then I'm like... Maybe it's because they know I could just check. Also, welcome back, Kitsune. How are you? I know the name says Kitsura, but like... I don't know why Kitsune was the one that I went with. Okay, we have a pose. Is it great? Not really. But you know, it's good enough. You understand what's happening. That's what matters. Here. This is my dislike of using references. I always make it really stiff versus when I don't use a reference. Maybe if I trace the reference, it's different. Because then I don't see exactly what I'm doing. But it's fine. You know what? I'll exaggerate later. For now, though, we know what's happening. Goodbye reference. I will keep that reference, though, because I will need it. It's got, like, really intense, flowy hair, because this is a very unhinged scene. Ooh, this is Shigo's hair, I swear. From Kim Possible? I would also like, I was talking about it last stream, I would like to make a Discord and everything. And I would like to do, like, I would like to do a lot of things. It's just a matter of like, I'm a single person and not possible. I can't be everywhere. One day. I don't think I would make a Patreon or something though. No. Chips, how are you? Welcome. Yes, it's okay. That's alright. You can stop by, say hello, and skedaddly do if you need to. Oh my god, that rhymed. You know how some like YouTubers and Twitch people have like a script? I don't have one of those. I'm really awkward. When somebody like raids me or something, I'm not like, hi, I'm Mizuki, I'm a character illustrator, blah, 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 blah. I don't do all that. I could, but I don't. Can you imagine if I was like, if you got a skedaddly do, that's good too. Something stupid. Imagine if I had a script. I'm a very on-the-fly kind of gal. Don't have a script yet. Maybe one day. It just naturally happens. Turn into Jacksepticeye. Top of the morning to you. Would be crazy, but that's how I greeted everyone. I do have one kind of at the end of YouTube videos. I always say bye, but I do it like in a different language every time, so. Congratulations. We all need an off day. Yesterday was my off day, and I finished Baldur's Gate. And then I proceeded to, can I tell you honestly, and I need everyone to not judge me for this. I swear I played for like 7 hours straight. Don't judge me. I only have the one day off. Let me be a potato. Everybody was questioning my living standards because I sleep at a crazy time. And I'm like, listen. I'm doing my best. I need everyone to hold their judgments. Please. I'll cry. But I finished the game and then I proceeded to play it again because I got a bad ending. I'm not gonna spoil it for anybody, but I got a bad ending. And I locked myself out of all romance options. And I was so upset. I'm so happy for me. Listen, you should be happy for you because you get an off day. I'm happy for me too. happy for both of us. Let's go. Let's go. It's important. I think you should be. You should be. But yeah, I did get a sad ending. And I was like, I'm not about to load this because there is a part in the game at the very end. This is not a spoiler. It is a really nice, I do like when games do this, where they tell you, hey, past this point, you cannot change anything. Or past this point, you're getting near the end. Past this point, whatever. So the game gave me a warning, like, hey, you're close to the end of the game. Save. Type thing. And I did. And then I didn't realize how long the freaking end of the game was. So it's like not really like you can go back at a point. You kind of stuck there. But yeah, I was already ready to play it through. So I was like, I already wanted to play it again. So I was alright with it. But I don't know if this is I'm gonna be so real. I don't know if this is an ADHD thing, because I just read up on this recently, where it was like, it's difficult to finish tasks when it's near completion, which kind of explains my art a little bit, where it's like really messy, and then I don't want to clean it at the end. I'm like, I don't care. It's done. It's done. I said it's done. It's done. With the video game, I got to the boss, right? And I'm like, I actually don't want to fight the boss. I just want to start the game again, actually. I don't really care. I got to the end and I was like, let's wrap this up. I'm gonna play it again, so let's wrap it up. Come on. Which I was like, this is crazy. Shouldn't I be enjoying the ending? But here I am going, no, actually, I want to play it again. Hurry up. Die, boss. I need to move. That was an interesting one. I feel like I've been yapping and not actually drawing much. My bad. I'm doing my best. It was an interesting day for me. This would be so funny with a baseball bat. Hey, yeah! Everybody I know, we vibe, and then they're like, hey, ADHD. And I'm like, dang it. I thought I finally found a normie who was cool. Turns out nobody's cool. Only the ADHD queens. Genuinely, everybody in my life, I think, is a friend of mine in real life. ADHD queen. I don't know what that's about. I think it's necessary. How would you keep up with me? Can you imagine talking to me watch my stream and imagine talking to me in real life? It would be difficult. Me interrupting. If I ever interrupt anybody, if anybody here is a mutual of mine watching this in the future on YouTube, if anybody meets me in person watching this right now and I interrupt you while talking, just remember this. I care about what you say. I just... I regularly press skip in video games, and I love listening to Astarion talk, and I still skip his dialogue, okay? It's just... I don't know. I love hearing him talk. Still won't stop to hear him talk. I got things to do, Astarion. Let's go. And then I make him mad by accidentally clicking something and have to reload the save, and then I'm like, what are we doing here? What's happening? It's fine, everyone. I did it in Hades as well, I think. I skipped some dialogue and then I was really sad that I did it. What can you do? Alright, I don't have to actually draw the whole, like, flamey situation here. I just need to hint at it. I don't remember what this armor looks like, but for now, just... She does have, like, a cool armor thing here, so it could be cool. But what I need is this little capey thing. Is it a cape? The tails of the jacket? This thing. This is not the pose that I thought we were gonna go with when I started drawing. But then this pose almost looks like this pose, but like better execution. Don't worry, we'll just do 10 different poses, find the right one. But yes, this is also why I cannot take requests for drawing somebody's character, because drawing somebody's character, this, I don't want to talk about money, but some of it is this back and forth. You gotta, I can't do your character justice otherwise. Important, have to be able to do it justice. Your characters are special and deserve all the love and treatment. Love and love and respect. They deserve good treatment. I can speak English, I swear. Okay, we got the flamey flame here, flame over here. Hair going like this. There's flame in the background as well. I'm not about to paint that right now. And do flames between, oh, not between legs. That would be a little bit uncomfortable. Ooh. But like this leg can be defined, so we know the pose is happening. This corner can be in flame. That's my thinking. This part is open, so flame, and then this part is lit here. I don't think I'm gonna move the character this way, but I'm gonna try it. Nah, I think it looks better this way. They have that thing. I don't know exactly what the thing is called, but it's like when you put something on a diagonal, it's more like dynamic or more like intense. I believe it's like straight lines is supposed to be calming. Like vertical is calming, or is it horizontal that's calming? One of them is calming, but if you put them like diagonal, then it's like, ooh, exciting kind of thing. So you see a lot of like anime fights, diagonal. Comic fights, diagonal. Why did I say anime? It's manga, right? Because in anime, I don't know if it's diagonal, but it's moving, so. But there is a diagonal. This one also has a diagonal, but this one has like a circle vibe going on as well. Anyway, let's just put this one together. Okay, let's go. I found some references. We're looking at the references. We're working with what we've got here that matches. I'm looking for one that is accurately... this pose as well was one that I was thinking of, but I didn't know how to execute it. I'm not sure if I'm going to go this way. It's like the pose where it's swinging downward. She has already swung. I know it's supposed to be like ready to swing, but I always like to give one pose where it's like not exactly what they asked for, but it could be something really cool that we want to use. All right, ma'am. I don't know if this pose is better or this. Well, we're gonna go with this one. It's like a combination. Okay, this one woman is going to be in so many of these photos, but the problem is the angle is not the way that I want it to be. Sick outfit, by the way, girl. Let's see, okay. Alright, so this is a pose. One of what I like about this one is it looks almost like this action could have... She's looking down at us, and also the action is like... Can I draw here? Like this way? Like she... If you've played Expedition 33, she's the best example. when she's using her rapier, she like flips it up and puts it back down and swings it down. So then there is like flame this way. If it's following the sword, then it's like, but this almost looks like action is over. Nothing has, like, she's not mid-action. It is technically the end of the action, but I mean, it looks more like she's relaxed here. There is another pose that is closer, but it's the angle. I don't know if I'm in love with it. Because this one is lying on the ground, like the tip is like resting on the ground. I'm thinking the action, she's relaxed, right? Versus this one, there we go. She's still holding the sword, so I want to like combine this reference with that reference, basically. I like this angle, but I like this action. So let's see what we can do. Well, technically, I like this angle as well, where she's looking straight at us. It's just more, I think this is more dynamic in a way. Maybe just because the body is tilted. So maybe let's do like this head. Tilt the body this way, like rotate it this way. Swing this arm like that. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna draw. Shut up, Masuki, just draw it. Okay, imagine this is looking downward. Kubrick stare, right. Doing this body and this way. Like she's very proud. If we have the arm this way, then this should be raised, right? Or do we do it the other way, where this arm is raised and this is more like relaxed? Because how do I do that from this angle? I don't know. Do you know? I have no idea. Maybe more accurate is to twist her body this way. Yes, of course! Thank you so much for stopping by and for the sub. I appreciate. Go off and slay, girly. Go slay more monsters. Or, if you're resting, go slay those worries and relax. Let's be real. Are any of us relaxing? Are you watching this and relaxing? Good for you. I don't think I ever really relax. Probably not good for you. The problem with this one, right? This is half body. Meaning it would get cut off. So maybe this pose doesn't work. I like this concept. The problem is maybe it doesn't work. For the, it has to be, I have the restrictions, right? That's fair. Also, when working with half body, the focus is here, more over here. I add more detail actually, which is good, especially if you want something expressive. Let's find a different pose that's better to work with. There's the alternative pose of this one, where this sword is pointing the opposite way. I think that's what we did for this one. The sword is that way. Let's try it. This one won't work. Where I can, let me reuse. Just give easy extra options. Easy, breezy, beautiful. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Or this way. I don't think we're gonna really like this because... Okay, hold on. She's holding the blade of it like she's going to cut off her own hand. That's not great. Because it cuts off her body, but it does look cool. And the sword has some cool runes on it. So maybe it is a cool element that we want to use. Like there's writing over here and it's glowing. Okay, this sword doesn't look exactly like it's supposed to look right now, but just it's placeholder, so it's good. It's fine. It's fine, everyone. I don't think I like it though. Unless we can make this sword smaller somehow. This is messy, but I think it explains what's happening. Let's see. We could also experiment with the hair direction as well. I don't think that works as well. Because this could also flip this way, but I think it blocks the pose. So maybe this... Maybe we were onto something in the first place. Nice. But this one, it can have like flames here. Very cool. And because she's wearing a dark outfit, this like pops even more. And then this blue flame would like highlight this whole part of her face, would be cool. Again, this is just an option. Maybe if you're watching this, you have opinions on your options. I also have opinions on the options, but whenever I apply them to the client, usually I don't say anything. I won't say, oh, I like option 1 more than I like option 4, but I might say what I like for each option. And I'll say, this one, I was thinking this could be really cool and this could be really cool. And if they pick the option that I thought was my favorite, then I go, secretly, I thought it was my favorite. So you have very good taste. I think we're aligned. If they pick one that I didn't think they would like, I go, personally, I say it in my head, oh, that's a surprise. I didn't expect that one. I'm still gonna make it look cool though, you know? Because they like it for a reason and they know the character best. So I don't let them know. Because it's the worst if you pick a design and then the artist is supposed to be the expert here, right? It would suck if you were like, oh, I like this option better. Even though I gave it as an option. Like, what's the point of giving the option then, you know? I've had somebody do that to me. They gave me the option and then I say, okay, I would like this. And then they were like, yeah, but like, this would look better, so you should do this one. So I'm gonna do this one. And then I was like, what was the point of giving me the option? It's just weird. It was a weird service choice, I think. And that is why I do it this way, where I don't tell them which one is my favorite. Unless I'm on stream. Then they're probably gonna catch me say which one's my favorite because I'm talking about it as I'm working on it. But both of them have really cool appeals so far. This one, she's like looking down at you. This one, she's like really intense. Clearly she's fighting you. Like, obviously she's not fighting the viewer, but like you're taking on the perspective of like how fierce she is. You are taking the perspective of whoever she's fighting, right? This one, she's like, you're puny to me, I'm going to slash you. This one, she's like, I'm very focused, I can see your weak points, I'm gonna slash you. Like, it's the same. Very different expression though. Put this one here. Oh, nope. Are they merged? Oh my gosh, they are merged. Nice. In that case. Nope, I'm gonna put them together. Empty. These are all references over here. Time to look at more references, see which one to do. Ooh. It does look like I cannot raise the sword too high, it'll get cut off. Alright, let me draw like what I was thinking, but I don't know if it'll work. I'm gonna keep this one here so you know that I did something. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do one version where she's not looking at us. Always. There's always one version that's not what they expect. This is the same pose as Zagreus, almost. He's gonna show up. There he is. Thank you so much! Thank you, Capsule Co. Appreciate it. I wish I had more of a celebration. Don't worry, when the stream gets more fancy, we'll make it more celebratory. I think there's a way to make everybody dance, though. Is there a way to do that? Oh, I don't think I can check it now. But just imagine all the donkeys dancing, yeah. Of course! If you ever have questions, feel free, let me know. I love answering questions. I love getting the opportunity to yap. Thank you for asking so many questions, I appreciate it. I genuinely do like answering the questions. Somebody, I think, I don't know if it was yesterday, but I replied to it today. They commented on one video of mine, and then I literally was telling them, please ask me questions. Basically. I was like, hey, I'll help you if you want. But then I don't want to seem pretentious and be like, hey, I know the answers. It's more like, if there's something I can teach you, I will teach it to you. Gladly. I don't think I could ever be a teacher. Again, I'm way too dang casual. But I definitely will learn with you. That's the kind of vibe I think I have. I think the problem here is like I want it to be quite... Have you ever done this exercise, actually? This is what this pose reminds me of. This exercise? This is actually really difficult to do. If you're watching at home right now, put your elbows together and raise them like this. This is really difficult to do. So seeing her do this with like the sword, this is quite difficult to do. Flex, everyone, flex. That means if you're ever thinking of drawing somebody holding a sword, their elbows can't be together. They have to be like this. Because this is uncomfortable and actually make it really difficult. The whole thing's to swing things like this. Oh, something cracked. So, a lesson for me as well, because I was like, she looks so uncomfortable. Why does she look so uncomfortable? It's a Pilates move, actually. Don't sleep on Pilates. They're those Pilates girlies. Not just girlies, but oftentimes it is a girly. Hard. That's okay. Welcome back, Chips. It is hard, right? There's this exercise where you do this, and you're supposed to raise it up and down, like just over and over again. And by like the 10th one, you're like, stop. I'm in so much pain. But I think it's probably a good exercise for artists to do. You don't want your elbows to be like... Well, some people don't just use their... Some people don't have this part overworked. Some people overwork this part. Regardless, I feel like working this part to balance the weight is probably smart. Probably. Putting your hands flat together behind your back, like literally. I have hypermobility though, so I'm like, I don't know if I'm a good example. For example, I'll do things and I'll be like, oh, it's easy. And then the next day I'm like, no, it wasn't. I'm actually in pain. It's not great. Don't do what I do. I think that's how I hurt my knee a while ago. It's crazy. Like a prayer. Like, yeah, maybe I'm not a good example. I think doing things like behind your back, like some people cannot put their hands together behind their back, right? That flexibility I have somehow. Easy, but with consequences, yes. I was doing yoga the other day, and I thought this would be an easy wind down. Not wind down, but like I did some really intense workout. Let me do, I don't know why this is a conversation I bring up every stream. It's because maybe I should remind artists we should exercise. If you work full time, you really do need to move. Regardless. Yeah, I was doing this yoga, and the instructor, she's just like, yeah, you got this, you can do it. I like yelled at my phone going, no, I can't, what the heck? I was starting to like, isn't yoga supposed to be really relaxing? I started cussing out the instructor going like, what the heck? It was some crazy pose. I was like, isn't this supposed to be for beginners? What is this? It's so crazy to see them together because it's like the same pose. Ooh. Yoga, I did yoga in university. Because I worked, like when I was in school, I was doing a lot of sewing. And sewing is worse for your body than I think drawing is. Drawing, a lot of people have like this shrimp posture. But sewing, because you have the sewing machine here and then you have to look down at like underneath, there's no choice of like putting the tablet upwards like this or putting an easel up like this. The whole time you have to like bend your head like this. And you have to look kind of like awkwardly underneath. I had never had such bad back pain in my life. It was bad. I would stand up and it would go and I was like, oh no. This isn't great. It's bad. So yeah, don't do that. If anybody sews, RIP, I guess. I definitely cannot do some of these crazy physical feats. Feats, literally, with your feet. I think it was something crazy like lift one leg, lift the opposite arm, and then like bend one and twist. I was like looking at it going, I don't understand what's happening. And I was like, that's enough. I can't, no. I'm good. I think I'm alright. Alright. The main difference between this one and Zagreus is that there's going to be a lot more flowy elements. I know that it looks like the same pose. However, there's something I'm going for here. Thank you for stopping by, Chips. Please rest up. Enjoy your off day. It's so important. We all need to relax. It's good for your health. I should probably take my own advice. Do this. I think, you know the Lucifer painting? I think that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Very intense face. That's why I want this one to be the focus of the face. And Lucifer's painting, his arm is like this. But this is too intense, I think, to do like this far. Is it? Is it? Because this seems kind of like... If you're swinging, are you doing this? Maybe you are. Maybe you are. I really, like, I do know that I occasionally reuse poses. Probably more often than I want to admit. But I'm doing my best not to, okay? Because, especially if it's like a commission, I'm kind of like, no, but you should have effort put in and I should think of a unique pose. But at the same time, if the pose worked the first time, maybe there's a reason the pose worked, you know? And now that I said it, you're gonna see it. You're gonna clock it now. You're gonna clock up here that they're always the same poses. And I'm gonna be like, stop. Shh, it didn't happen. It's okay. There's a lot of portraits though, so maybe I get away with it. Maybe. She's getting more and more buff by the second. This one will probably need like a 3D model or like a different reference later, but for now. For whatever reason, when I draw women, I tend to stretch them this way. I don't know what that's about. I found something that worked and then I just subconsciously reuse it. I think artists do it all the time though. They reuse stuff. But then, the way to improve is to notice that you're doing that so that you can break out of it. For example, I know in 2025, I think, this specific pose, this one right here, this head angle, specifically using 3/4 and going this way, is almost like the Freerin pose. Freerin is way more intense, but this angle, I used it like a crazy amount. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, let me search up that Lucifer painting that I'm talking about. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can see it. Lucifer. Obviously, I can't show the whole painting. Because it's one of those old-time paintings where too much is showing. Wonder if I can show... How much of this can I show? Amazon? Why is it on Amazon? What the heck? If anybody's interested, it's called like the Fallen Angel. This is a crazy pose, actually, when you think about it. But this kind of expression would be really cool, I think. But what is, like, what do you think about it? What is this pose? But then it looks cool, right? One of those things. Oh, nope, the way. In that case, tilt it this way. I think maybe physically, if you were doing this pose, sorry, this way, this way, you do see part of this part, because if I was to do this, it's actually quite uncomfortable to do, right? Hello, Sky-chan, how are you? Or Ola. Hi, Ola. Ola, hi. Did you know that in Canada, if you're like traveling, or you're in an area, they speak French and English, they'll either say hello, bonjour, or they say bonjour, hello. That's how you know which language is their dominant language, which one they're most comfortable with, I believe. So if I was to do service, I would say hello, bonjour. In the worst French accent possible. Bonjour. Bonjour, you know? Just a random fact for you on a Wednesday. Enjoy. I don't know if it's the same in Spanish. Like if you're going to an American area where they speak Spanish and English, like I don't know, Disneyland, do they say hello, hola? Hola, hello? I don't know. That's okay. I understand it's hello, so it's all right. I'm a streamer, man. We just on weird tangents. We just be talking. Oh, actually, maybe I don't know if other streamers do this. I'm sure they do. I hope they do. Otherwise, I would be doubting myself. He doesn't show his mouth. She's gonna. This is more like an angry expression. Like she is really mid-action. Because when you're mid-action and doing something fierce, usually you're not just stoic, your face. See, maybe we don't like this pose and this angle, but maybe we'll like the facial expression. Or maybe we'll like the hair, you know? So we're gonna try different things. How is the hair in this one? Because I made her head smaller, it low-key looks like she's heckin' built, man. Like she's... This is a trick if you're doing like superhero characters as well. The proportion thing, I can't remember the superhero proportions, but it's like the opposite of fashion proportions. When I was studying to do fashion design, they have different heads height. So I think it's like what, like 7 or 8 heads for an average person in like regular art style. Chibi's completely different, of course. Superhero, I think it was like 6 or maybe 5.5 or something like that. And then with fashion, it was like 9 heads or something. They're like very tall. So if I was to keep her head this small, it looks like she's just really buff. I think to get good at drawing, also hello, I would say partially practice, keep practicing, but then isn't that like the worst when you ask somebody, how do you improve? Practice. It doesn't help very much. I think practice, but practice smart. Part of it is just like, yeah, just keep doing it over and over. And also, that's good if you're drawing something that you like, just draw over and over. But then you'll get stuck. You'll like plateau at some point. To improve, you have to study it. You have to study other people. And what I mean by study is like, look at their stuff and understand. Why did they do it that way? Or how did they do it that way? Or why do I like that? Sometimes it's as simple as going to a museum and going, I like how they did this. Why do I like that? And how can I do that? And then when you understand that, then it's, yeah. So that's practice, I think. You practice, but you practice smart. You think while you practice, not just mindlessly draw. Because mindlessly drawing to me, if you look up here, there are a lot of pretty girls up here, right? We all like pretty girls. Everyone likes pretty girls, right? The gays, the girls, the theys. We all like pretty girls. Doesn't matter. Everybody likes them. It's muscle memory. That part is easy for me. But then you'll see me draw a guy, or you see me draw like a full body pose, and then it's a little bit harder, right? So there's less of them because it's not natural. Like I have to actually think when I do it. Which is why commissions are great, because I have no choice. I have to learn on the job. I mean, I'm good enough, I think, to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be offering it. Maybe, but... You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's good. I've heard the conversation that commissions are not good if you're learning. But I don't know if I agree with that. I think you can learn on the job just as fine. If your hair is wild, it's probably not behind your ear. But yes, if you like to watch artist sketch, you feel free to watch me. Yes, using references is helpful, and then it's like also one of those things of using them smart as well. I don't like using references, like if you watch me the very beginning of the stream, I don't like using references from the get-go. I like to see, this is kind of how I practice, I guess. I like to see where I'm lacking, where am I missing. That sounds like twisted when I'm doing a commission, but there's a reason I do it this way. Okay, listen. When I do the sketch, the anatomy is wrong, but the idea is there and the dynamic is there. I'm trying to explain what I want to see in sketch when I draw it. And then I realize I don't know how to do this, or I don't know how to do this specific part. So now I know what reference to look for. Sometimes, especially because I stream, somebody will come in and they'll be like, just search up a reference. I'm like, yes, I could. However, I don't know what reference to look for. So, of course, you are free to lurk. Lurk away, enjoy. Draw along, play video games in the background. Imagine if I was really aggressive and I was like, just keep my video open. Threatening people. Or if you're watching this in the future, hello, future person. What does it feel like down there? Or up there in the future? Is the future up or down? I don't know. Whatever. Point is, you're in the future. Congratulations, you've made it. Past April? Past April 8th. What's happening? What's going on? I don't... Anyway. I feel like I give a disclaimer every time because I don't want to be mean to people and be like, no, I appreciate, because usually when people are giving me advice or something, I'm like, no, I know that you want to help me. The problem is not helping. Please help me in a way that's helpful to me. But that sounds mean, doesn't it? So I try my best to say it every once in a while. To be like, hey, if you were thinking of doing it. I do think if you stream, and you're drawing, you kind of need a thick skin. But if you game and you stream, I think you also need a thick skin. But if anybody is ever thinking of streaming their art, you can also just ignore people. I feel like I need to give that disclaimer. Everybody who comes into the stream pretty much is really sweet, so I don't have a problem. But if that's a concern, you can just straight up ignore people. I've heard of other artists watching me and then they say like, I want to stream, but then I'm also scared that people are going to be mean to me or something. And I'm like, yeah, but you could also just ignore them. If they have a lot of strong opinions on streaming, maybe they should stream. Or same thing with drawing. If anybody's ever mean to your drawing and they don't draw, maybe they should draw. Oh, sick bird. I mean, I don't tell people that, but I do think it. Like, maybe you should just draw, man. This pose reminds me of somebody. There's some character that has this pose. And this hair. I don't know who it is. There's a caveat. Yeah, never trace other people's art, but if you're doing it to study and you don't post it, then you're okay. There is a way to study other artists and like break down their stuff, but you have to make sure that it's like, this is a study. I've seen some YouTube videos of people breaking down other artists' stuff and then they're like, they trace to figure out the proportions, and then they like literally one for one, they do the exact same artwork. It's called master studies as well. If you were studying a master, but there are so many digital artists, I would call them masters. You can call them masters. I don't need a master's degree, but I would like to study the masters. All right, I don't think I can do much better than this pose here. If you're joining in right now, anybody, it looks like I have just been drawing this one face for like forever. No. We have 4 different options, and we have references, of course. Yeah, option 1. Option 2, these two are the same. They're just the background is different. I'm just trying to figure it out. These two are also the same, except for the sword positioning. And then, whoop, this one is like out of left field. Is not really what was asked of me, but it could be something we learn from. So sometimes I do something crazy and the client actually likes it. Crazy meaning not following the brief. Also, hello Miwa, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate. I appreciate. Let's do some flamies. Today, I am doing another commission. What were you doing today? Also, I hope your stream went well. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Wednesday. You know what? It kind of does remind me of Mile. This is not Mile, however, up here, if you're talking about up here, there is Mile from Expedition 33 up here, somewhere. She's up there. She's orange. Up here? There she is! I was like, she's gonna appear. Oh. Hello! Yesterday, I didn't stream yesterday. Did I stream yesterday? Unless it was like 1 a.m. Then it was yesterday. To me, yesterday was Monday, kind of. Like, it was like if I'm still... Let me break this down. It's not tomorrow until I go to sleep. But it may be actually tomorrow, you know? It's like midnight. I'm like, no, midnight doesn't mean that it's tomorrow. So if we hit midnight on today's stream, today's Wednesday, it's not to worry. It's all good. You're good. Hello, hello, how are you? Take it easy, it's all good. It's a new day, it's a new it's a new day. It's a new day, it's a new stream. The day though, it's nighttime. Actually, I had a point about this. We were talking about my sleep schedule last time, and people were like shocked and horrified at my sleep schedule. I showed my doctor, he had no comment. I like tracked it completely. I showed it to him and was like ready for him to be like, girl, are you okay? You're crazy. No comment. He was just like, I don't know, she sleeps 8 hours every day. I don't, whatever. Okay, not 8 hours every day. Sometimes it's 7 hours. But if you also have a crazy sleep schedule and you're here, welcome. I'm not gonna judge you for your crazy sleep schedule. Because your girl will be nocturnal. I think what ended up happening... Look, it's a number 5. I think what ended up happening was Con Crunch was so extreme that I just permanently shifted my sleep over. Does anybody else also have a very weird sleep schedule? Does anybody else work night shifts? If you're a student, probably not, and probably you shouldn't. But when I was in high school, I also slept at like 2 a.m. hiding under the covers, playing DS, you know? Now it's hiding under the covers, playing the Switch, but I live at home. By myself. Or with my partner, but like, you know, I don't have parents to tell me that I'm playing too much. Oop. This one is more focused on the face, but then, I don't know. It's less dynamic, I think. You're a night owl and an early bird? Sorry, so do you just not sleep? Because if you go to sleep late and you wake up early, the amount of sleep is like, or do you flip-flop? Like, some days you sleep late, some days you sleep early. The one thing that my doctor did say, though, was that it's consistent. So then I'm fine. They say the sleep is like linked to heart problems. So if you don't sleep properly, it's also linked to, you know, stress, anxiety. So like if you don't sleep, you're like very jittery, right? You're like either very jittery or you're just dead or irritated. So that's also, you know. You get it. 3 a.m. art is good. I think I'm the type of person I really dislike getting not distracted. I'm always distracted. But I really dislike getting interrupted while working. That sounds weird. On stream, I'm not getting interrupted. I'm like constantly, like at least I'm here. I'm doing the thing. But if I have to do like a task and then I stop doing the task and then I have to do the thing, it's just a whole thing. I see. So do you have... No, you wouldn't have biphasic sleep. I had biphasic sleep for a while. Let me tell you, that doesn't work for me. I don't know, maybe somebody it works for, but it does not work for me. Biphasic means that you sleep in 2 sections. So let's say you like sleep at 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then you go to work and then you come back and then you work from or you sleep from like 2 p.m. to, I don't know, 5 p.m. and then the rest of the time you're awake. That would be biphasic. It don't work for me. I tried. I did it for a while. I was miserable. I really do need that REM sleep. But hey, different people have different weird sleep patterns for a reason, so I really cannot judge. I get it. Some people have really bad insomnia. Some people have really bad nightmares. Some people just lie there and hate being alone with their thoughts. Ew, being alone with your thoughts. Disgusting. Disgusting. Can't judge. Or in my case, I just procrastinate like crazy, and then life just happened. Life happened like this. It started getting like this. So you do have biphasic. Yeah, it didn't work for me. I know somebody else who slept like that and it worked for them. I didn't get enough sleep that way, so it didn't work for me. But you know what? Humans are interesting. They adapt in a different way. They're so interesting. I want to do this in a cooler angle. I just don't exactly know how I'm gonna do that. If you don't mind, are you in like adult school or younger than adult school? I don't know what type of schooling you're doing, because then they have very different times. Because, for example, if you're doing like college or something, actually, by the way, college and university are different in Canada than US, I believe. We have different terminology. We don't say the same things. Like university is more academic, college is more like it's different. And so regardless, they have like, you know, different class schedule where you can like kind of change it. I don't know if I like this. Ooh. That. Oy! You have a dog? Like these dogs? Or like an actual dog? Because I have both. I have a dog over here, and I have two cute doggies. And they're very cutie. Cutie pies. They don't listen to me, but they're cute. Like these dogs. I don't know. Will these dogs obey me? Hope so. They're on my stream. Oh, graphic design. I can imagine it. Also, you probably have the same affliction as I do, where you stare at screens for a really long time. That's so fair. That's so fair. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. Regardless, depending on your school, the schedule is probably significantly different. Some schools have like, you know, the 8 to 3. Some have the 9 to, or 8 to 3. 8 to 2, 9 to 3. And then there are some school systems that have that situation where it's like one day your class is at 8 a.m. and then the next day your class is at 2 p.m., you know? Or there's some people who have night school as well. But usually people who have night school, either they didn't have any other option or they're working at the same time, right? So then that makes sense. Do I have another pose in me? Can I think of another pose? If you were joining in now, I don't think I pointed this out. We have one pose, two poses here. And then we had this one, which is not really matching. The one that I was just working on, not really matching. Do I have one more pose? Because so far it looks like I have 3 actual poses. Well, like these are variations, but I feel like I could do one more that's cool. However, I have the limitation, cannot show their whole body, or her whole body, and I also can't, oh well, no, that's the main limitation. I can't show her whole body. So it makes it a little bit difficult to do those poses where like everything's outstretched. Trying to think of like if you were doing this pose, maybe you would have the sword pointed down, but then it's like one of those outstretched situations. this this stock image, she looks so smiley about this attack. I don't know why it's only this one pack that has like variation of like photos here. Like it's the same model every time, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, ma'am, but like we're just gonna use her. But like she's smiling. I'm like, hey, girl. I mean, yeah, I guess smile while you smite your enemies. I don't know. Smite like she's a paladin or something. Goodness gracious. Okay, we're gonna do one more pose. Oh. All right. Thing is, should be looking at us actually. This one is like a variation. This one, where I didn't draw her staring at us, but she's actually staring at us. Is there a cool anime character that has a cool sword pose? All I can think of is Cloud. Problem is, this will get cut off unless I... Also, this just doesn't look very natural. Like, I don't think somebody actually swings a sword like this. Right? Am I wrong? I don't think people swing swords like this. Usually, like this, right? If it's two-handed, it's one-handed. Is this one-handed? Now that I think about it. It looked like a two-handed sword. We do not have an image of her actually holding a sword, but it looks like two-handed. It's called a saber. Do we use two hands with sabers? Or is it one-handed? Is this... somebody know? It's one-handed? Dang. No. Oh no. What do we do? Hey everyone. What do we do now? We could change the poses to be one-handed. For some reason, I thought this was like a really big sword. Is there... Also, is there two swords? Am I tripping? Hold on. Maybe we should ask. Oh no. Based on the notes, I'm like, wait, is there two swords? It says the flames of both swords. That's two swords. That's... what? Oh, no. It's the two different designs of swords. Okay. I can read. There's two different swords. One is before it becomes blue. Before it's like red because, you know, flame, heat, hotness of the flames. So they're saying both swords have this element, which is a cool element, by the way. It's like this sword is on fire. If it wasn't clear, it's probably hard to do in sketch form. The sword is on fire, and the gauntlet is also on fire, so the flame is going to go this way. This kind of way. I'm assuming that she's wearing the gauntlets and wielding the sword. See, it's only when I start drawing that I'm like, I have questions. I didn't realize I had questions until I started drawing, and now I'm like, I have so many questions, actually. What? Alright, well, let's do one pose with her with one hand. Maybe? Perhaps that's a good idea. She's about to strike. How does one strike a one-handed sword? For some reason, I can only think in two-handed. Am I? Okay. Clearly, I have never wielded a sword in my life. I need to go to a Ren fair right now. Goodness gracious. See. I'm doing like hand motions myself to figure it out. This is a wand. This is a wand position. This right here, would be a wand pose. And it's also about to swing. Hold on. I don't know what's my aversity to like drawing characters straight on, but for whatever reason, hate doing it. I don't know why. This is drawn really badly. Don't worry about it. Just trying to figure it out, okay? I do like this pose. It's like, okay, calm down. Very fierce, but if it doesn't match the brief, as if you're doing a concept art. You know, I meet so many artists who are aiming to get like jobs not in freelance, as in they're trying to get industry jobs, animation jobs, game jobs, those kind of jobs. I also was aiming for that originally because I thought that's what I needed, and that's what I thought I would like. But in the end, didn't go for it because there's too much competition for character artists, junior character artists specifically. But I was explaining it to somebody and I felt like I had to explain so much. Like I was over explaining as if I was trying to say like, no, listen, freelance is valid, you know? Or something like that. But yeah, obviously it's valid, right? But I think I had some kind of like thinking that people don't take artists seriously. Not that I don't think that. I worry that other people are thinking that. So I like end up over explaining my job. Hold on. Let's take it another way. Why was this so hard to imagine? So easy to imagine, and then when you draw it, it's so different. This one also I don't think follows the brief. It's too calm. I'm trying to think of the pose that Mile does after she does like an attack or something. It's not Mile, but that's what I'm thinking of. It's also one-handed. I don't think that's right either. We're stuck in the scrapping cycle. Ah! If I can't figure out something else, I'm going to leave it with the poses that we have, and then I'm going to ask for more direction. The next time I'm on stream working on this one, I will figure it out. Every time I want to extend the arm, and I can't do unless I do it. Oh, hold on. There is another way to do this. Hold on. See, using creative problem solving here. Horizontal. Oh my god. Why didn't I think of it earlier? It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's an option. Listen, sometimes creative limitations help you, and sometimes you end up like me, man. I don't know how to draw. Turns out I do know how to draw, just I do this way. Thumb is upward. Does anybody else have to do that when they draw hands? They have to test which direction? You know, listen, it might make me feel dumb to do that, but better than me drawing it wrong, right? Hopefully. If I was to be done swinging this way, like almost like, let's imagine, is raise the right word? Like she raised the ground, turn it into fire. She swings this way. When I did it, my hand was the opposite way. This way, not this way. So see, the camera's helpful. I'm telling you. So we have a twisted arm here. Thumb is that way. Sword is kind of this way. What the heck? I need like I need a broom. We've got a ruler though. So if I go this way, this way, this way, this way, it's diagonal. This way. This makes sense if it's the staff, doesn't it? Can you imagine a mage doing this pose? Oh, I always do this. I put the handle above the hand and I'm like, girl, that looks uncomfortable. Maybe don't do that. And a saber is like, kind of like a scimitar, I would like to say. It's curved. But whenever I say saber, I think of saber-toothed tiger. Listen, this is why game artists and like people who like medieval stuff, nerdy stuff, swords and things like that. Can you imagine? I just don't clock this. It very well might be that she does use the sword two-handed, and it's just like, you know, broad term. You could just, it's fantasy, we can break the rules, but what if it is one-handed in this whole time? And now we can do like this epic thing with her hair. And then if she's the one who set this ablaze, then flames like this. Again, this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, this is not what it was asked, but it might be so cool that we're like, let's go with it anyway. Sometimes it happens. It does happen. This also is supposed to drag flame. So it can be a cool like element here, like whoosh. You like my sound effects? That's how I'm gonna explain it. Like whoosh. Ta-da. And now she gets to have that cool expression of, I'm going to murder you. Or hot expression. It's fire. Ha! I need like a... This is Stream Deck? So every time I make a really bad joke, somebody can... Boo! Bad joke. Okay, this hair is not really behaving, but I'm thinking of like, you know, when your hair goes whoosh over the forehead, however, struggling here. Do you remember when you were watching me sketch like 5 minutes ago and it looked like I didn't know what the heck was going on? Yeah. Trust the process, everyone. Including me. I also need to trust the process because what the heck was that? Alright, she has this cool outfit where there's a little bit of a... I don't know, I always have to draw their belly button just to figure out like their direction. Also, tip, if you're learning to draw knees, I did this in fashion school. If you think of the body as a ball-jointed doll. This is my little tip for everyone here. I have a ball-jointed like 3D model. It helps actually. So, I'm going to draw this, and then I'm going to draw it this way, and then I'll show you what I mean. All right. Do you see how quick it went from the front view to the back view? Because the ball-jointed doll, when it's a knee, you see more of this. And then the back of the knee, you see less of it, right? Because it's molded this way. And if you need an example, even though my ball-jointed buddy kinda... she lost her head. I dropped her and then I can't put her head back on. I don't know what's going on. I have the pieces to do it, it just for some reason won't pop back on, so just ignore that she's headless. This is a Body-chan model. The back of her knee and then the front of her knee is different. The form of it. Yeah. Things to know. That's how I think of it. I also think of shoes as like permanently melded heels because of, you know, fashion studies. So I'm not great in that regard. Anyway. We've got this cool jacket tail situation going on. How long is it though? This is the first time I had to draw the whole thing, so. see. It's pretty long. It's like all the way to her feet. That means it would be quite heavy, actually. Actually, I am reading this correctly. This is also this hip here has another piece that's here. Have I done this pose before? I have a feeling I've done this pose because of how easily I'm drawing it. I just don't remember when. Either that or I've seen it a lot. Also, she has this really cool leg attachment here for a little blade over here. I'm not going to count this as another prop because that would be extra. But because it's going to be obscured, shh, it's fine. A freebie. If it looks cool, we have to add it. Yeah, obviously she has pants on, right? Is this cool chain thing here? This is a comm. It is for Tristin in the corner. It's fire born in shadows, which makes sense because fire everywhere. I do like this pose and I like the concept, but I don't know if it's exactly the scene because it's for an author. That means it's like scene specific, and I also have to match the character. But sometimes authors have some lenience. If it looks cool and it captures the vibe of the character, then it's okay. Then it's fine. She has this really cool cuff too, like really big cuff. She has cool cuffs, but then she has gauntlets. I have to double check that she's wearing the gauntlets and also wielding the sword. Oh. Oh, she has an emblem on her pauldron. This part here, the shoulder armor here, it has like a crossed swords. However, if I draw it here, you're gonna see it, and that would be a really cool element. If it's here, obviously can't see anything. This is also the reason I like to do other thumbnails too, is because like the first time I sketch, it's kind of like stiff, and then as I get to the end sketch, then it's loose, and then it's interesting and more experimental. Wouldn't it be cool if like the flames lit this part up, but also because this is black, this whole part here is black, it would like stand out against this part here. Ooh, thank you. I also hope the client likes it. But we'll see. We'll see which one they pick. I'm always surprised. Or sometimes I'm not surprised, actually. Never mind. I'm not always surprised. Sometimes I'm like, it makes sense you went with that one. I think also this one, even though it's not showing less of her body, because it's kind of zoomed out because I'm showing all this, we see less of her face. The focus is less on the face. However, she has these really cool glowing eyes. So I think for this one, I will color it roughly to explain what I want to do. Because this one is like, there's a lot going on. And I don't know if it's really clear. Like, to me, it's clear. And for you watching, maybe it's clear. But if you're looking at it for the first time with no explanation, maybe not. Of course, thank you so much for stopping by, for joining the raid. Appreciate it. All right, I'm not gonna like color it. I'm just doing it very roughly. Okay. I also, because this is a commission, I cannot go very far. I can only do the sketch. The sketch. Is that a word? Sketch, but with an I. Anyway, I can only do the sketch and like roughly place the colors to give them an idea. I can't go further because if I go too far, then I am spending time and money. My money now. It's not their money, it's my money at that point. Time is money. Doing something that I might have to undo, and then that doesn't make sense. So let's not do that. Okay, this blue is probably not the blue that we're gonna go for, but it's easier. What's the sketch? I love Kim Possible so much. Obsessed with her. Oh, oh, there we go. Okay, let's see, let's see. This part is in flame, right? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this in the reverse. I'm gonna do something wacky. Oh, I hate that. That was awful experience. There we go. Wow! So fast at coloring, everyone. Look at me. All right. Now let's get at it. Okay. So this whole part is lit. This part can also be lit. This sword is a light source. This gauntlet, I also believe, is a light source. Now this is interesting. The other ones, the sword is so close to her face is lit. This time, her eyes are gonna be the light source. Her eyes also glow. Everything glows because, you know, why not? Because does it look cool? Again, does it look cool? It's a slight glow, but if it's dark enough, I think it's fine. So imagine this kind of thing. Okay, not that strong, but just like imagine they're yellow, okay? We're doing this real rough because, again, time be money. Also, if I start polishing it, then it kind of doesn't give a fair choice to the poses. It gives it away, which one was my favorite. They can't know my favorite, everyone. All right. The background is also in flame, but I think we don't want to make it too bright. Oh, ooh. Ooh. We want it to be like this part here is more in focus. So like this is like kind of blurry and, you know, just framing her. In this one, it's almost like she set the ground on fire. So the flame is going this direction. The good thing is, my commissions never close, so I will be here. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. I don't imagine that I'll stop taking commissions anytime soon. I do enjoy it, I really do. I would like to be able to do less of them one day in the future. Balance, more work-life balance, that's the only reason. I do quite a few in a month. This was also the same conversation with somebody. I was trying to explain to them while talking freelance. They were like, oh, so do you always have work? And I was like, I think I do like 4 to 5 commissions a month. And I'm like, I don't know if that's a lot or if that's a little bit. It feels like a lot. But then I see some artists do like, but then maybe it's not the same level of polish in the terms of like, maybe they're offering sketch commissions. I don't offer sketch. I only offer finished. But somebody's like, oh yeah, I finished like 100 and it's like, I don't know, it's April only. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean you finished 100? start turning into Mickey Mouse with how high the octave has to go. What do you mean? Goodness gracious. I don't think this is not like latex or like leather or something, like something that would be really like lit and reflective. However, does it look cool? You just push it for the cool factor. Okay. Just to imagine that it's flamey, flame on. Or flamey-o, hot man. Avatar. Love me some Avatar. Actually, this reminds me, I never searched this up. I'm gonna, give me a moment, I have to. Is this a callback? You ever just like... Okay. There's a small thing. So if you ever play Baldur's Gate, and if you've watched Avatar, The Last Airbender, apparently... I didn't want to say it and then say it incorrectly, but apparently there is... it's like an ongoing joke that there's like a cabbage seller. This isn't a spoiler, I don't think. There's a guy who sells cabbages. And like because of the escapades of the Avatar, his cabbages keep getting destroyed. But for whatever reason, in Baldur's Gate, there's a guy who's like yelling about his cabbages. And I'm just thinking, that's gotta be a reference to Avatar. And I forgot to search it up until right now. And it's very much a reference to Avatar. Look at that. I love when creatives reference other creatives. We're all just in a huge circle of inspiration, I'm telling you. We're all thinking the same dang thing. Alright, skin tone. Anyway, small little cute thing. I think a lot of my clients reference Avatar as well. Because fantasy, fire powers, elemental powers, that type of thing. I'm sure they also reference tabletop games as well. If they play. Trying to find the right skin tone here. Ooh, Avatar. We have to specify just in case for everybody. It's the Last Airbender. Yes, very much. The blue Avatar. Maybe not so much. I don't know if there is actually a video game for the blue Avatar. I didn't see that there was a video game for Atla. I actually didn't play on the PS2. What was I playing back then? I think I played more Nintendo back then. Okay, obviously she's not in full black, but I'm just drawing her in full black here just to like make it easy. There is an Avatar. So why was that the one that I focused on? The blue people. I know some artists are like really into, like they make a lot of fan art for specifically the blue Avatar. And I don't see a lot of fan art for the other one. The one that I actually enjoy watching. It's weird. No, Zuko I see. I see Zuko, of course. They released the adult version of their designs and people went ham. There was this one artist I saw on TikTok. They drew Zuko so well, like in this cool epic pose with amazing rendering, and I was like, what the heck, man? How are you so fast? What the heck? Fan artists are next level. This K-pop Demon Hunters, I think I posted it a week or two after the movie came out. But I saw people posting the day it came out, and I was like, were you doing it while watching? Like, what the heck? People are fast. Anyway, I I didn't know that, I feel like I've heard of it, but I just blocked it out of my memory for whatever reason. That Avatar had a game. Because I like to watch videos of like compilations, and like I'm sure there was some video that I watched that was like, oh, video game adaptations of TV shows or something like that. For whatever reason, it didn't stick in my brain. Don't know. Was it good? There are some video game adaptations that I've heard are not very good, or that are traumatizing for children. For example, apparently, I think it's The Lion King. The Lion King was apparently traumatizing for a lot of 90s kids, or 2000s kids. I don't know. Ooh! Let's go. I only know Zuko's voice actor that I'm blanking on right now. Dante Basco. Yeah. I did find it really funny that in Date Everything they gave a fire character to Dante Basco. Of course they did. All right. Do some flamies. I think this one I will do a little bit of a lighting situation here. What are some childhood games that I enjoyed playing? I really liked Harvest Moon on GameCube. It is so cute. And I understand why Stardew Valley kind of took over, because I think after that game, I played other Harvest Moons, or I played other like Rune Factories and things like that. It just didn't hit the same for me. And I think there is some conversation about that, where Stardew Valley, the creator, did it because of the other games lacking. There's a lot of games like that, where they're like, I have a vision, but it's not being created by other game creators. Let me do it myself, you know? Sometimes that's what you need. That's what creatives need. They're like, man, I could do this myself. Similar to the conversation I had earlier. Hey man, if you have opinions, maybe you should draw, but in a positive way. And maybe you should put yourself out there, do it. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe, ooh. I want to do like a... Why are hair tendrils? Also, I hate the word tendrils. It just makes me think of tentacles. This looks like a braid pattern over here. Alright, anyway, that's not important. What is important, though? I'm gonna do a little shadow test here. Oop, not in that color. Not in that color. I don't think this is the right color, but... I want to put her eyes in shadow so that the glow is even more intense, basically. Then from below, she can be lit by the flame, but not so aggressively. Which works out, because then the eyes can look glowy. Look at that. Ooh. I have heard of quite a few games where it's like they didn't know that there were certain things missing for a really long time. Like not missing, but things that nobody had discovered. And then they discover it like, or Easter eggs and things like that much later. Easter eggs? Almost like it was Easter recently. Oh my goodness, the references are endless. Oh my god, it's very obvious which one I enjoyed working on. Oh no. Anyway, this one, roughly, this is the kind of vibe. It would be executed better, I think. But, like we'd have better color variation here somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. Hey. Thank you. I do like this pose, but we're gonna figure it out. All right, let me organize them all. Oh, also, because it's really hard to see what's going on, I'm going to do one of these. Put you here too. This. Oh my god, there's so many layers. What the heck? Just merge it all together. Stop it. There we go. Goodness. Stop it. All right, let me see how we're going to organize this. I think I have to organize it into 2 pages. So we got this one. And this one, I guess. All right. Where are your squares? We gotta number them. Or you know what we should do? You know what we should do? Everyone. Do you know what we have forgotten to do this entire stream, which is crazy? Speak now, if you know what I didn't do. Yeah, you already know it. I didn't save one time this entire stream. What's wrong with me? Overthrow the patriarchy? Well, I couldn't do that in 4 hours. I think that's a... Didn't save. If this stream crashed, we would be in a world of hurt. This would be very painful for me. How do I call it? What do I call this? All right, then go ahead, do it. Why hasn't it been done? If somebody can do it, why hasn't it been done? There are a lot of things that can be done that should be done. For example, saving this file. I need y'all to reach through the stream and just save it. That's what I need. Where is this rectangle, actually? Not on this layer. Hello? Oh, you're here. Batman isn't real. So he has the skills. Come to our rescue, Batman. Also, while you're at it, please bring back Teen Titans. The first one. Not Teen Titans Go. I'm not about that. Alright, now you're together. Alrighty. 1, 2. I don't think these two need a rectangle. I think they can figure that out. These two are fine. Well. Then we have our references. We're gonna put these over here. I don't even know what this file, this layer is. Okay. Okay, we gotta number them. And then these two are together. Okay, alright. Okay, beauty, beauty. There's a Brazilian artist, what's his name? Is it Piccolo? Who frequently does Teen Titans fan art and does some really cute scenes of Beast Boy and Raven. Some wholesome ones. Hey. Hello over there on YouTube. I don't know if I know. I feel like there's a typo, Capsule Go. Are you telling me of a band? Because if you are, please tell me again, because I love music. However, I don't know if I'm reading that right. And if anybody's on their phone, trust me, I am not judging your typos. I get it, man. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They are Chon and Flo. Oh, I'm gonna write it down. You gotta write things down. Where's my notes? Where is it? My brother also recommended some music from the One Piece show. Does anybody like that? The One Piece show? I only watched a little bit. And Brazilian representation. Again. There's so much. Every time. Just plug it in. Woo! I'm gonna write this. The live action one though is like quite short. My brother was recommending from the live action. I do want to watch it, but I'm waiting for them to like remake it to make it shorter because I can't. There's too many. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna put it here. I lied, we're gonna put it here. And then we got 5 and 6. Might as well take up more space because we have it. Oh, you don't have a rectangle and you need one. Here, my dear, you can have a rectangle. Yes, I also heard that they're making a shorter condensed version because I need it. The adults of the world need it. How am I going to watch all that? All right, we're gonna do another one here. 5 and 6. So we got 6 options. Hooray! Look at that. I know today's stream, I feel like I was not very productive, but at the same time, I did my job. I put the 5 here because it felt weird. Yeah, we're gonna write it like this. It feels weird to put it on the right side. Even though, you know that, the Japanese write this way. This way. Trips me up every time. But reading books also trips me up because I read more manga than books. I open it, I'm like, nope. It's been a while though. Probably I would open it the American way. American way? The Western way. No, America? I'm Canadian, which is... It's not all about America, but on the internet it is. Oh my god, oh my god. Let's save it again. Yes, save it, please. And now, everyone, we're going to wind down with another commission, but this one is pretty straightforward, and I'm going to write down who I'm working with here. I don't actually know the book for these ones. So I'm gonna credit the author. These are, I believe, chapter headers. So, ooh, what's going on? We have all these options. I actually did it in Procreate first, and then I brought it over to Clip Studio, and it was so bad in Procreate that I had to come back into Clip Studio to polish things out. But as you can see, if you're ever interested in how I do things for clients, this is the Procreate version. You can see I struggled really hard. Look at the difference in ability. It's pretty extreme. You can tell that it was not my drawing skills and it was actually Procreate because I cannot draw a straight line. I was like, I'm struggling really hard. It was not just that it was Procreate, it was also, I was doing it while I was tabling, so I could not put the, well, I could, but it felt weird to put the iPad down because it was my payment terminal, so it felt weird to put it down and back up out of panic. Ooh. I feel like Procreate on the computer, as long as you have, my issue with Procreate, there's two issues. One is the glass screen, where you could get like I was gonna say skin texture, that's crazy. What are we doing to get skin texture? You can get paper-like the brand, paper, like a paper-like texture to simulate paper, so it doesn't slide so much, it's less uncomfortable. The other thing is like the stabilization. It kind of feels like it's guessing. I don't know if it's a calibration thing. It feels like it's guessing where my hand is. Whereas this one has stabilization as well, but it feels like even if I lower the stabilization to the least amount, it feels like I'm drawing like this still. And I'm like, what is this stabilizing? I can draw a straight line naturally. Well, not perfectly straight, but you know what I mean. Straight. But I can, it's fine. This would be fine. However, it feels like it's lagging or something. So that's why I don't like Procreate. It doesn't feel like I'm drawing naturally, whereas this is more natural to me. I don't know what that's about. I was talking to somebody who's also very adept at using Photoshop and a tablet, and they they lent me their travel tablet. What was it called? A Move Ink by Wacom. And that one, it has like a more papery texture, and it felt really really comfortable to do. And both of us were nodding in unison, going, "Yeah, Procreate be whack. I don't know. It's janky." Some pros use Procreate just fine. So it's genuinely like a taste thing. Maybe it's a skill issue, and I don't care. I don't have to use it, therefore I don't. All right, let me double check which ones are the options. This is really easy today. We're just doing the line art. We have the design, we just need to make it pretty now. But because there are a lot of designs, let me go through and circle the ones that won. You can make your guesses right now. Guess which one that you like. It's okay. I don't know how long we'll go for today. I just need to make some progress because commissions. All right, let's see. This is gonna be the one to circle things. It's out of order because I think there's some, you know, when you see a selection, you just like immediately know like that one's the one. 3A is the one that we're going for first. We're gonna go 1A, but we're going to do this chocolate bar, I believe. I think that's what it's saying. For 2, we drew 2 twice. So let's see what's going on with number 2. Hold on. Let me double check which one. Oh, okay. I was trying to read it, and because we did like A and B, it's tripped up. Ooh. Oh, capsule before and after. Before and after, like, which one? This one or this one? I know it was 10 minutes ago, but I just saw it. My bad. Again, I'm gonna figure out the chat widget. I promise. I just need time. I need to set up my shop, and I also need to. I need to do so many things. For before and after, I don't know if I have much of before and after. I just have like the sketches themselves because they're merged. For this one though, we do have, ooh, merge these. We do have the non-color version with the color version. Here's one. For two, we don't have a much, I think. It's the same sketch. I typically work in like the same layers. For these ones, they're actually related, right? I can at least zoom in and show you what's going on. So for this one, we did one pose this way. Technically, I think this one might work one-handed. We move that arm away. I don't know. And then we have this one. And then this one is the only one that really had like a lot going on. However, it's merged. So, because these are technically sketches still. They're sketches. Usually I don't do color. I only do it if it's going to impact the composition. And then we have this one, which is inspired by Lucifer. If anybody knows that one. Anybody know that one? Where is that? We have so many references. That one. Grr. Anger. Grr. Yay. It's not as much of a before and after as a, this is what we did, because there's no real before and after, but we have things in there. Don't worry, when we work on it and we polish it up properly, I will give you a before and after as well. Maybe, I feel like that one's gonna be an epic one, so I'll continue it on stream for sure. What was going on with this one? A. A is the one here. We won A. This one, wait, I select, yeah, this one. There's more. This one I had issues with actually. And I told the client as much. I'm very honest. If I'm struggling to draw something, I'm gonna tell you, hey, what? I don't know what to do. I did my best, but I don't know if you're happy with it. So we like this one, but my problem with it is if we're drawing, so we wanted to do like this kind of, not directly above angle, but kind of like slightly above. Does that make sense? Like the camera is just a little bit above. So we're not on a plane like this, but rather we're looking at them kind of like on a table from above. These are so flat that it's really hard to see at this angle. So I was thinking maybe we move the camera, our view of it, so that we actually see them a little bit more from above. But this is the one that we're going with. I think we might just distort it, and then I'll redraw it slightly. I wonder if we can do that. Do you think we could just do it with distortion? I don't think we can, but you know, it would be nice because there are things overlapping. Let's see. No. No. But do you understand what I'm saying? The perspective is a little bit. I think this could, especially because it's peppermint, I think it could be better if we move it. All right. So that one is going to take a little bit extra work. Okay. This was an interesting project, by the way. I don't usually do this kind of style. But if you like request something custom from me, then I'm going to be like, well, if I can do it, I'll do it, you know? So I'm doing it. But I've never done like chapter headers before. I actually have another client who asked me something similar as well. Wanted me to do black and white or inside the book as well, which was interesting. Very much into experimenting. 5B is what we're going for, and 6, we're doing it like this, but it's a kind of both of them actually, like together. So I think maybe we add more over here. I don't know how to make this any taller, because then it becomes like the same. I don't know how to do this. We want to stack this higher, so similar to this, and make it a little bit tighter. But then what I'm thinking is it's gonna look like this if I stack it higher and also put it tighter. It's just gonna end up looking like this one. In that case, let's try and figure this one out. Before we do the line art, I have to figure out the ones that are combined. You have to I can't line it, so let's combine it then. I accidentally merged my sketch layer in my line art. It's not really line art, but the cleaner sketch. How am I gonna tighten this up? Let's figure it out. Anybody want some gingerbread cookies? I really like gingerbread cookies. I actually have I actually have a cookie. I actually have a sticker in my shop that is a gingerbread cookie girl. It was supposed to be a set, but it's one of those things where if nobody likes it on the internet, nobody buys it, and I'm not confident that it'll do well, I can't make it. So it didn't become a set. It's okay. There's a lot of art in the graveyard. Things that could have been made. Sometimes it's good that they're not made though, honestly, because then I'm like, I could make it better later. One of the artworks that are in the graveyard, if you saw my Instagram post today, it was the Mario Girl Party. Get it? RPG party? Haha. Yeah. Those ones are a remake, technically. The previous ones were in the graveyard. Or are in the graveyard. They're in the graveyard. They used to be in my shop and they're no longer in my shop and I don't make them anymore. So many things in the graveyard. How am I going to make this tighter while also making it taller? Can we add another snowman over here? An upside down snowman? The easiest one to stack, because there's less information, is this circular one. Maybe we do it like this. And overlap them. And then it'll look like We're talking about the music that I listen to on stream. It's always the same one because copyright. But there is, if you like guitar music, O Samurai-san on YouTube, he does like Vocaloid covers but in guitar. So good. Such good background music. Highly recommend. I do really like background like guitar. I do think guitar is like one of my favorite instruments, you know? I think this needs to stay open. It looks weird. How do we make this taller? I think I like the top layer like this, so then we should add stuff on the bottom of them. this. That this is 3D. This. This. Is it too symmetrical? I wonder. Hmm. 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 How many hmms can we have? This? Man, I'm hungry. I want cookies now. I had a cookie today already. Can't have that many cookies. You ever read the back of the cookies and you're like, wait, how much is in there? Ooh. I think probably this is enough. This might be too much. This is probably good. Alright, let's move on. This one was fine. This one, I wanted to change the angle, right? Ooh. How do you do that? How do you do that? How do I do? I don't know. First up, I'm going to duplicate it. Technically, this one, the client said we can use it. I think, though, if it's printed small, can't understand it. So I'm going to move it. Rotate. In that case, dude, what? I think my client's idea is good. However, when I was drawing this, just the understanding of the visual, I remember getting frustrated. And at the concept of doing it the way that it was, I'm so glad that the client was understanding. Winnie was understanding and was like, you can change it if you'd like. I was like, please. My poor husband was watching me going like, I can't, it's flat and I can't figure it out. Yeah. For an entire convention, just like for an hour, like, I don't know what I'm doing. Honestly, that might have solved it. Was that it? If that was it, I'm gonna be kind of annoyed. Kind of not annoyed though, because then like, it already took me a lot. Clearly, if I was annoyed at it. The one thing I have a concern with, and one thing that I did try, but I didn't end up using it, was to separate the candy canes, because the lines kind of are hard to read. To do something like this. Just to separate them. I think that might work better, but I'm not sure. Probably. Do you want to compare? Alright, that's rude. I just asked chat if they wanted to compare, and then you decided you wanted to merge them together. That's whack. Alright. Very hard to show. Put you away for a second. So that was 4.8, and then this is the alternative version where I just stretched it out a little bit. I can shrink it down to be the same size, but I just changed the angle because it's too hard to understand what's going on there. I think from afar, maybe it makes more sense. Maybe it doesn't. Might just be me. Huh? There we go. Okay. 5B was fine. A was fine. And then... Oh, this one was even worse with Procreate. Look at what the heck? See, this was Clip Studio's take, and then this was Procreate's take. It's crazy. What the heck? The limitations be crazy, man. All right. And then we also had this one. This one we're good. This one was good. It was here. Here we are. Easy one. Just have to take this one. Oh, no, like this. Bam. Okay. Now it's a matter of taking them all and putting them on the same layer so then I can just do it. Copy, put you all the way up here. Doop. Selected. You. Yay! There's 1, 2, 3. Oh god. Now we gotta do the other ones. This one's easy. Already did it. And now... What? Oh, using a mouse is crazy. Oh. B. B, 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 B. Ah, see, this is one of those cases where I didn't think they would pick B, but they picked B. I thought they would pick A, because I actually had an easier time doing A. I was surprised. Ooh. And look at that. We have all the sketches. These are relatively clean. Ta-da! Okay, and now easy. We do the liner. However, I do think that the my brain just started loading, sorry. I do think that the gingerbread house might have a little bit of different design. Nope. I got the approval. Never mind. Hey, let's go. Okay. Everyone ready? Line art always takes more arm power. Actually, my previous stream, I'm actually considering lining them again because the pixel brush, But I'm like on the fence because I'm like, it kind of looks fine. But I think my perfectionism got unlocked because somebody commented on it. Even if I wanted to reline it, my arm actually felt like it was gonna fall off. So I did need to take a break. I think for this one, we wanted to clean, but... Oi! Como vai? How's it going? Right. Maybe actually, I don't know. There's clean like this, and then we also have this one. Oh, that's too tiny. This one. This one. Slightly textured. I don't know which one. Not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. I think we had I had events at the end of March, right? And I came back, and now I'm kind of like, there's so much work. So I'm good. Busy is good for freelance artists. However, I'm quickly realizing I'm like, ooh, there's a lot of work. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Maybe. Okay, well, I lied, I guess. Maybe like this. I like this. Maybe like this. Oh, afar you can't see that it's textured anyway. Okay, it's fine. Let's move on. We're doing some liner. Oh, today I can show you what we did today. I was working on sketches for a new commission. Ooh, where are we? There's one missing. There you are. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, blocking 4. And then I realized, wait, this sword might be one-handed. So that's rough. And then I did 5 and 6. I do like 6, but I don't know if it's exactly the vibe we want to go. It's the only one that's horizontal as well. And then 5 is when I realized, is this supposed to be a one-handed sword? Thank you. I hope the client will like it. And if somehow the client is watching right now, I hope you will like it, Tristin. They said that they're gonna show up. But they might have been lurking this entire time. We don't know. I'm not gonna call them out to chat. Or they might comment on the YouTube video, regardless. If you're watching this right now, I will send it to you later and hopefully you like them. Now I'm doing the liner for some... I think it's chapter headers. I don't know how else they would be using this, but inside a book. So it's grayscale, black and white. Ooh, yeah, I did like that. There was a lot to work with there. I got the creative juices. Creative. Why was this the... Yes, but yes. Creative juices flowing. The more I kept going. Let's see, can we make this super kawaii? I was doing a lot of liner the past few streams. So maybe it worked out. Maybe it's all been preparing me for this right now. This exact moment right here. Oh yeah. But this is a good wind down. Can you imagine if I did this at the beginning of the stream? Kind of boring. Oh, also, because you've watched the YouTube video, I shall let you know, we hit 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. So apparently that was the thing to push me to the YouTube partner. Hey. I still don't get ads though. I don't get AdSense the exact same way. However, I'm set up to get AdSense. Whenever that happens. But yay! Woohoo! That means I actually have to look into it. I cannot remember. I have to set it up. But we got a super chat today. That was really nice. I think it's similar to Twitch in that regard, where people can like cheer and things like that. Or they can give you little reactions and things. But yay! Very glad. I was worried, to be honest, my goal was to get to 4,000 by this summer. And when I saw that we only had 2,000 at that like kind of beginning of the year, and I was seeing how slowly that it was rising, I started panicking. For I think like a week or something, I was super stressed. And maybe that's how my hair turned white. Actually, no. When I went full time, my hair genuinely did turn white, and then it turned back to black, and then it turned white again. And I'm like, I think it's time of death on that one hair. It's white now. Ah, getting old. Which means it's time to dye my hair. I've been not dyeing my hair for a very long time, and maybe. I thought my hair dye would show up, but it didn't show up. I think it's coming tomorrow. So next stream, maybe. Or maybe next stream, because if it's coming tomorrow, I don't know. I'm one of those crazy kids that dyes their hair at 2 a.m. when you probably shouldn't be doing any life-changing or appearance-altering decisions. But I'm an exception to the rule. I can do it whenever I want. It's true. Stress can definitely turn it white. I did have a really funny, like, band where it was like black, white, black. And I'm like, am I turning into a skunk? What is this? No, it's white now. Like Barack Obama. Have you seen the photos of Barack Obama's hair? Like before he was in office and then after he went into office. Yeah. Yeah. Stress. It's a killer. We should all work to be less stressed. How would you do that though? I remember my dentist a while ago. I've been talking a lot about doctors and dentists today. I don't know. Whatever. Dentists are a type of doctor. Regardless. She's just like, yeah, you should stop clenching your jaw. You should work on that. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. Do you think I do it consciously? Of course not. That being said, if you're clenching your jaw right now, you should probably unclench. You probably should do that. Did y'all hear about the truck that got stolen that was full of Kit Kat? Apparently that's a thing that happened. This is true. Gratitude is a good start. Yes. Gratitude is a good one. Gratitude is like probably the best thing if anybody struggles with the depressions, the depresso espresso, the need for espresso because you're depresso. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that one. Gratitude is a good one. It feels like it does nothing, but it helps. It's a weird one. I don't know. Or I guess you could just steal a truckload of Kit Kat. That guy really needed to take a break, you know? Take a break. Have a Kit Kat. Bro stole a whole truck. Apparently it's like $500,000 worth of Kit Kat. Yeah, we were when I was watching this video talking about it, I was like, yeah, what's that guy gonna do? What's he gonna do with all that Kit Kat? I found that pretty funny. Credit to Dan and Phil for giving me the information. Anybody watch Dan and Phil? Shout out, I guess. Good old Dan and Phil on YouTube. Now you all know what I watch on YouTube. Just watching some gay guys talk about Kit Kat. Anyway. I like Coffee Crisp. That's the one that I like. Is Coffee Crisp Canadian, actually? Is it? Hold on, I gotta double check. Coffee Crisp. Coffee crisp. Canadian? Question mark? It's Canadian! It's produced by Nestle in Toronto. What the heck? I guess we do have a... We also have like a sugar factory in Toronto. And apparently I lived kind of close to it. So in the mornings it smelled like sugar. It was interesting. Or maybe it was a coworker and I'm just remembering this wrong, that they told me where they lived is closer to it so they could smell it. Or this is a genuine thing that happened and I commented on it and somebody explained it to me. But regardless, somewhere there's a sugar factory and in the morning it smells really sweet over there. Yeah, I love my sugar so much. Let me just inhale the sugar. Tyler and Todd. Actually, Dan and Phil are British. However, Canada is British by association. Tyler and Todd. Probably don't. Oh, cute. But I don't think I've actually seen them. Wait, no. Have I? One of their faces seems familiar. Maybe I have seen them on the internets. I mean, Canada, not gonna lie, we kind of hella gay over here. Hey, I don't have a flag. It would be a really good time for me to just... I was vlogging for Toronto Game Expo, and I was thinking, I don't have time to put this into the video, but as I'm walking to the exhibition, which is where the expo is at, there's like a rainbow crosswalk, and I was like, as I was vlogging, I was walking relatively fast, but I considered turning it and going, heck yeah, Canada, we're so gay. Gay rights. So dumb. I don't know. I did find that really funny though. In my city as well, we also have it. It's just year-round. Yeah, it's not just a Pride Month thing. It's year-round. It's there. And actually, we can segue into art. There is an Artist Alley shop in Toronto, and it is in the, I don't know if we can call it gay district, but the area that the Pride Parade has, which has a lot of, I'm assuming, would have more gay LGBT vendors and things like that, shops and things like that, theater and things like that. It's in the same area. I'm like, of course it is. The Artist Alley is so rainbow colored. Of course it's where all the Pride information is at. Yeah, big on it. Let this be your reminder if you're watching this on YouTube. You can be hella gay here too, I guess, if you want. As opposed to just partially. Because if you are, you're just gonna show up and that's just as much. What? You can be a little bit, just a little bit. You don't have to be, you're not allowed to be a lot, just a little bit. What are we talking about? What's happening here? Huh? I don't know. I don't. Interesting. She's an interesting one. This chocolate bar, I feel like it's too small for me to be putting that much information. This is like a hefty chocolate. I don't know which chocolate bar has like these, I can't remember the brand, has this kind of like really big square. It's not even a square, it's a rectangle. Is it Lindt? I don't know. Whoever makes really big chunks of dark chocolate. I think it's Lindt. Did you know, this is another weird fact about chocolate and British something, British versus American chocolate. Apparently, I think it's the American one, has a chemical in the chocolate that makes it taste disgusting if you've only had British chocolate. Something that, like, it's a specific chemical that reminds them of icky tastes in their mouth. I don't want to make it disgusting. However, apparently that's a thing. I think Canadian and American chocolate are the same, though. I think we have the same. We do have Ribena over here, though. Shout out to you if you're from the UK. Ribena, anyone? I don't know much about British culture, except for a full English breakfast. Those are pretty good. They're pretty good. Aside from that, I don't really see that much British influence in Canada, except for the way that we spell things. I went to London. I visited a friend over there one time. We also have London over here. Actually, that's another Canadian influence that we have. We have a lot of, not countries. We have countries within Canada. It feels like it because we're huge. We have a lot of cities named similar to British areas. So we have London, Ontario. I believe I've applied to actually table in London, Ontario. Let me check my email. Wait a second. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait, I am tabling at London Comic Con. Hey, if you're from London, Ontario, I'm coming to you. Ah! London Comic Con. I will be there. We have Hamilton. That's another Canadian place. We have got a lot. Got a lot. So whenever I talk to somebody and they say, oh, I'm going to London, I go, which one? Please specify. Are you leaving the country or are you just going 2 hours away? I need to know. Yeah, we have a lot. You look too chunky. All right, nice. Now I can do those little chocolates. Chocolate. Do y'all have a favorite type of chocolate? Like milk chocolate, dark chocolate. I really like mixed chocolate, where it's white and milk chocolate. I do like dark chocolate now. That's the sign that I'm getting older, I think. Milk chocolate is... not milk chocolate. White chocolate is just essentially milk. No, it's not even... not even chocolate at that point. I think this needs to be higher. This is like an experiment on perspective, this one. Dark chocolate is still good. I think the thing is, usually when I have dark chocolate, it's because I'm cutting down on sugar. And it's so weird. American and Canadian, we have this in common. We have a lot of sugar in our stuff. And so then I'll cut down on sugar, and then I'll have some dark chocolate, and then I'll think, this is sweet enough. And then I'll resume eating too much sugar. Naturally. How it always happens. And then I'm like, this is not sweet enough, this is so bitter. It's so weird. Ooh. Ooh. If I'm translating that, that's cashew, right? Cashew? I can imagine nuts and chocolate. I don't know if I'm a nuts and, are you a fruit and nut chocolate person? Fruits and chocolate as well is one of those things where I'm like, I think I'm getting into it, but when I was younger, I hated it. So I'm like, now I'm like, I don't know where I stand on nuts and chocolate. Yes, yeah, that's what I was like. That's cashew. In my cashew, nuts and like, see, Ferrero Rocher even is hazelnut and chocolate. So chocolate and like Nutella. To this day, I don't know what that's pronounced. I used to work somewhere that sold Nutella, and this was a conversation that we would have. We would be like, "What is it called, though?" And then we would like survey everybody. It'd be like, what do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it? Like we have a microphone. Like, wait, excuse me, what is this? The mini microphone. What do you call this? I say Nutella. It might be Nutella. I refuse. Anyway, that's beside the point. I like nuts and chocolate. Fruits, I'm not so sure. Cookies and chocolate is good too. Cookies and cream. All right, don't mess this up. If I was to say like a favorite chocolate though, like a brand, ooh, hoo, hoo. I think it's still Ferrero Rocher, I'm not gonna lie. This has got to be like a common thing, where everybody that I know, their parents treated Ferrero Rocher like it was this like really fancy chocolate. It's actually not that expensive. I don't know where this came from. But like everybody thinks it's so expensive, and then you become an adult and you're like, I could buy a pack for... I mean, it is more expensive, don't get me wrong. It's not like a cheap chocolate, but it's like, for some reason, growing up, I thought it was like $100. Like, this is expensive, you know? I don't know. It was wild. I had some cheap chocolate when I was younger. Exactly, Ferrero Rocher in Canada as well, the kids at least, think it's fancy. I grew up thinking it was super fancy. And now I go to the store and I'm like, it's not that fancy. It is still fancy. Don't get me wrong. For Christmas, they'll buy like a whole tower or whatever. But it's not that fancy. Like as fancy as I thought it was. But I wonder if in Brazil it's more expensive. Like internationally, is it more expensive? Is it just us immigrant kids that thought it was expensive? Or was it a trick that our parents played on us? For example, I've been saying for example a lot. This is one of those things where if you record yourself, you can hear it. You're like, oh God. But my parents used to tell me, you can't have the lights on in the car while you're driving. I think I thought it was illegal. I don't remember if they told me it was illegal, but that's what I thought. And then I heard that a bunch of other kids thought the exact same thing. And growing up now, I'm like, it's not illegal. It's just like annoying and like a waste of battery. And what is that? Like, obviously, yeah, don't do it. I did it one time. And then I got home and I was like, oh shoot, the light is on. I didn't realize. And then I turned around and turned it off. And then I was thinking, my parents taught me that this was illegal. What is this? What is this? There's so many things like that. That, like, your parents said one thing and you grow up and you're like, why did you lie to me? Mama, why is you lying? What is this? There's some things that I understand 100% why they lied to us, though. I'm like, yeah. You should lie to me about that one. I can't think of another one right now, but there are other things like that where a lot of us are like, why do we all have this unanimous experience? Why am I not unique? Why are all of our parents, did they all have a Facebook group, but not a Facebook group because it was back then in like the 90s? Did they all have some network somehow? Or were just like international kids just... I said international. I just meant if you're not white, basically. That's what I meant. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Oh, I see the redeem. Oh, okay. That's not... Ooh. There we go. You're talking about European YouTuber. This is a doodle, so it's like a... I want to say like 2 minutes. I want to say, but I actually don't know how much time it is. It's as long as I can doodle it. As fast as I can. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta... First of all, I gotta crack my neck. That's what I gotta do. Hold on. Pull it up. Here we go. Yeah. Can you imagine if somebody actually did perfection? I would be like, me too, buddy. I'm constantly aiming for it. And I'm struggling to do it. Thank you. I got an ad. What do you mean? Leave me alone. I need to pull up the model first. That's why I'm like, hold on. I also need to figure out what Regina from Dino Crisis. Let's find that one first. Wait, there's like multiple versions. Hold on. Was this remade or are these fan creations? Am I ripping? Oh, okay, here we go. We've got like concept art. We can use this. We like concept art. Or not concept, but I love the transparent PNG. Yeah. Don't you dare. Don't you. There's an ad. I've got an ad. Well, I can start with a face and then I will figure it out. I was about to draw an ear, and then I was like, that's double ears. That's a crime. Cream. What's going on with my mouth? I'm thinking one thing, and my mouth is doing that. I think there's a word for this. That is a crime, I think. A furry crime. Hold on. Body. How does one do this? Because usually I do a portrait, right? Do this far, so then we can... Miwa, do you happen to have an image of your model? Or, okay, hold on. I needed to play like the past stream just to open it. Here we go. Okay. All right. Also, credit to the artist, of course. We got it. Da-da-da-da. All right. I found it. It's all good. I searched blue sky first, silently going for it. Here we go. This is Miwa's model. Da-da-da-da-da. Conveniently on a black background. Let's go. So we're gonna mix elements. I'm gonna try. How do we do it in a mix? I think we have to do a haircut to match, right? Like a blend of the haircuts. I don't know if I want to copy the pose. Is that what was happening? What's happening? What am I doing here? What am I doing? Okay, too low. Hold on. Ooh. Can I draw a hand? That's a question. That's a question I ask every day. Can I draw a hand? Changing the angle. Oh. Hold on. Practicing here. I got this. We got it. Okay, there we go. Sometimes I have clients, if I give them like a really messy sketch, they'll say something like, wow, you sketched that so fast. And I was like, please do not expect the whole thing to come that fast. It's just a sketch. This way. This is a go-to pose. You'll notice it. Oh, it's easier. This way. I am not gonna do too much here with a gun here. Hold on. Ooh, you know what? It does give, like, the vibe does definitely give Resident Evil. Resi Evil. Wait, hold on. What am I doing? I had a plan and now I'm like, what is my plan? Casually just pointing it at you in the craziest way. What's happening? What? The hand position's wrong. I'm like, what is wrong? There's something wrong. And I'm like, okay. I got it. I'm here. Goodness. Doodles are fun for this reason as well. Not only that, you know, we get to bond if you, James Bond. But it's also, I'm forced to practice certain things very fast. Also, please do take advantage of the doodle. If you have it, I am going to make it more difficult to get it later, so please take advantage. Somebody pointed out that it was a little bit too easy. And I already knew. I was like, it is too easy. So... I do enjoy them, though. Not everyone can afford a commission, too, right? especially if you're a student or you're young, or just life is expensive, man. Did you see the price of gas right now? I saw the price and I was like, I am simply going to close my eyeballs. Yeah, that's right, my eyeballs. All right, here we go. Oh, what happened? Other way, other way, other way. I think if you're a fox character and mixed with my style, eyeliner's coming out, buddy. I always give my characters eyeliner, so it's a gender neutral thing if anybody's concerned. But if it's a fox character, it's even more like required. It's gonna happen anyway. And creative freedom means eyeliner. Everybody has eyeliner. You're not excused, everyone. You all must have eyeliner. You're showing up to the stream. Here's some eyeliner. Just kidding, I'm not wearing eyeliner. Wait, I am wearing eyeliner, but white eyeliner, so it's not the same. All right, let's work on this outfit. This one doesn't show the outfit well, but I did see the reference. It's Can I draw a body? You ever just draw and then question if you're able to draw? No? Just me? Okay. Must be nice. Okay, hold on. I have a reference. Ooh, princess seams. I don't know. Are princess seams... They also have it on, you know, men's clothing, gender neutral clothing. However, do we still call them princess seams? I don't remember. Now that I think about it. I don't think I've ever had to sew them when I was doing men's clothing. I do need to do that disclaimer every time of like, hey, clothes has no gender. However, I did study men's clothing. And when I was in fashion, what do you think I sewed? 90% of the time. Yeah, women's fashion, of course. Yeah, that's right. Because look, I only draw women, so 90% of the time at least. This is just what happened. I have drawn a non-binary character though before. Yeah. All the time. Good. All right, let's do some. Am I missing something? The last person that I doodled also had ears. I don't know what type of ears, to be honest, because they were like a humanoid. I think they were fake ears. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Ah, it's here. I am not going to draw this arm. Straight up. Like this. I don't know this character's personality, but it gives me the vibe that she would be looking at you judgmentally. Like I'm about to wreck your whole existence. Woo, thank you! I appreciate that. I do tend to make things very pointy. Which is maybe like this is like it's not the reason I like drawing women. Women are just fun to draw, but it's more comfortable in the sense that women are very round a lot of the time when we draw like curves are just organically softer. Because fat. But because I draw so pointy, then it's like juxtaposition versus when I draw pointier characters. Especially like for example, my original character, he's a guy who's really tall and really skinny, meaning like he's very jagged, very sharp. Cheekbones, like pointy. It just becomes sharp. Like one note sharp. Versus a girl is a lot more like both. Yeah. Ta-da! There you go. All right. I'm gonna write it so we know who it is. Maybe let's not make a habit of ranking my doodles though, because it's a doodle. You can only do so much. Maybe we do it this way. No, that looked weird. Can I do something cool? Can I? No, it's weird. I tried. Nope. I refuse. That was too much. I'm just gonna do it this way. There we go. Do it like this. This. Da-da-da. Oh, save it. We put it into the doodle void. This is true. Michelangelo did have like a whole thing. Who made the Lucifer one? The fallen angel. You've been referencing it all of today, and now I'm like, who did make that one? All right, give me one moment. We're gonna send it. If I can find my Discord, that'd be cool. That'd be so sick. Woo! No, that's not what I need. This one? No. This one? I have to always test this because I don't know if it works. Nope, not that one. Hold on. You can tell this is why I don't usually use Discord. Huh? Did this one? There it is. Goodness gracious. Discord, be more intuitive. I have a small brain. My goodness. Alexandre Cabanel? We were talking about this one here. This one. Let me see. He's French, so Alexandre? What? Dre? Dre? Dr. Dre? Alexandre Dre? Regina must have that thing in common. Regina George, we were talking about her earlier. Isn't Regina George also canon? Not canon. Head canon? I don't know. Everybody thinks Regina George is lesbian. It was the lacrosse. It was the lacrosse. Did y'all know that? Yeah. And then she was casted as like with a lesbian actresses. So, have you seen the sculpture of I think it's Hot Lucifer. I don't know what it's called. So I think it was Lucifer. I think the story was one sculptor was commissioned to sculpt. I believe it was Lucifer, but then they made him too hot, too muscular, too attractive. Whatever. And so then they commissioned, I think, his brother. And then, what's it called? The brother actually went harder and made it even hotter, his version. I thought that was so funny. I was like, are y'all messing? Y'all are messing with them. I think it's the same thing with the Sistine Chapel, where they just like did a bunch of like questionable things. Michelangelo, listen, he was a problematic guy. He was very skilled, but the bro was weird. Since you rated me, yeah, go ahead, drop a clip. I can't play it right now, but if anybody's interested, over on Twitch, you can see the clippy. Thank you for asking. I also find it really funny that the way that Twitch does their links. Whenever I have to download one, I'm like, what? The first time I downloaded it, I was like, what? Sorry, what? What unicorn? Yeah, we'll have to check it out later. I feel like I only quote movies from the 90s, not 2000s. I quote robots sometimes. I quote The Grinch all the time. Jim Carrey, Canadian, by the way, again. He's Canadian. Who else do I quote? Sinbad. Oh, and then I quote, I think this is in Persona. I'm like pretty sure because I played Persona so much. But he says in the English version, I see it when you like click the thing to like illuminate things. Sinbad is the one with the Brad Pitt. Yeah. It's that one. Maybe we should do this differently. I don't know how I did this. Maybe do it like this. Too much going on. This order is actually not due till like May, but I'm not gonna shit, man. Doing my best. Well, this is making room for revisions as well. To be honest, this order, I squeezed it in. Because it's like line art only, I basically was just like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. Also because my other commissions, I cannot do it on stream. Oh. Now we can fill it in. What is going on? Oh, and El Dorado. You know that one? I use it all the time. The GIF, the GIF. I'm going both. Both is good. Always. A good one. this. I passed the vibe check because of the childhood movies. I was actually talking about the Barbie movie recently. Those ones have kind of held up, to be honest. Princess and the Pauper. It's actually really funny. I watched a YouTuber review them, and he was like, "Wait, why are they actually kind of funny?" They're still funny. They're so weird. But El Dorado is a very good movie. I think that one scene with why am I only remembering Tulio? Not Tulio. What's the other guy's name? Oh my god, I'm blanking. Tulio and... They even have a line, and somehow my brain has erased the line. Miguel! Ah, there's a line where they're like, Tulio and Miguel! Da-na-na-na-na. All powerful gods, something like that. And, could not remember Miguel. Sorry, all the Miguels out there. Miguel O'Hara, my bad. Lo siento. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying. Yes, I do, actually. Miguel, he's playing his self-made, not really guitar, but kind of like guitar. Yeah, I did. Of course. The artists, they all love that guy. The amount of fan art. I didn't do direct fan art of like a character, but I did my own. I did a Zuki Spider-Verse version. It came out. Even though I'm, again, deathly afraid of spiders. I don't understand what's going on there. The heck? I also, this year? Yeah, before Baldur's Gate, I was waiting desperately for that game. And I finished it, and I'm gonna play it again. But anyway, before that one, I played Spider-Man 2. I liked Spider-Man 1 better. But I did like being able to play Miles. That was fun. He had some weird outfits, though. There were some that I was like, what? Both of them had some weird outfits. I'm not really into Spider-Man movies usually. Not Spider-Man, superhero movies usually. But there are some that are really good. And then they like, they pass. Some of them, there's just too much, what's the word? Exposition? Is exposition the word? When they like explain too much and then I'm like, this is so... I'm not immersed anymore. I feel like I'm doing a history lesson of the history of what's gone on. I feel like the most recent one that I was mentioning it earlier because I was talking about Flame On, Fantastic Four. I didn't like the recent one, but I actually liked the old one. But I think it's just nostalgia. I don't think it's that great of a movie. I think it's just nostalgia for the movie. There was something else I was gonna say and I blanked. Must not have been that important. Oh, right. Hey, the ADHD is strong in this one. Come on, ADHD. Anyway, there's a scene of the blind character in Fantastic Four, and I don't know what was going on, but she looked like she was serving at one point. She's just like all of a sudden like mocking the camera. She's just like right before like a near-death experience, which was very odd, but really funny, and I think it's a whole meme on the internet now. It's like, why was she serving face right before dying? She can't see herself, however. She did not deprive us. Goodness. I don't know much about Spider-Man, so I can't say anything. I don't think I know, like, I'm not really that deep into any fandom where I could actually have like a whole, like, strong opinion and be like, oh, they ruined the character or anything, or I didn't like how they did this take. I don't have that. I don't have time. I think the only one maybe it was Tsubasa, but then I didn't finish it, so I also can't say anything. I'm sure there's plenty of lore to read up on. However, maybe this stream I can't do it right now. Sometimes I watch videos of like anime not really video essay, but like dissections where they're like, oh, the manga versus the anime, and they're like, oh, if you don't want a spoiler, here's the point where you should, you know, stop watching. And I'm like, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just watching you in the background 90% of the time. Yeah, not really into anything right now. I might watch Beastars. Maybe. Because I watched it. Like, I watched the completion and then... Like, not completion, to whatever they had. It's the first one where I was like, ah, these are not humanoid. But the art is cool, so whatever. It was an interesting one. An interesting experience. Somebody else recommended me another anime that had that as well. But then I was like... too much on my roster. Could not think of watching anything else. Right now, I'm not actually watching anything. It's a weird place to be in. Oh, this is actually... Rewatching old movies, maybe. It's nice to have some of the script. One of my favorites was The Incredibles. That was one of my favorites. Very much enjoyed that series. It's a series now. This is 1 and 2. Are they making a third one? Don't know. Maybe they are. This makes me wonder, do they decorate gingerbread houses outside of North America? Or outside of North America and Europe? Do they do it in South America? That's what I'm really questioning. I feel like they would do it in Europe. Quite an impactful quote, yeah. That reminds me, is because I'm playing the beginning of Baldur's Gate, they asked me a whole question about that. They were like, what's the value of a single life? And I was like, bro, what answer do I give? I just want to see a different outcome. So it's like, I don't remember what I picked the first time. Am I doing the same playthrough? I don't know. Am I trapped into being the same? I was never really a big comics person, but I'm glad that you are able to connect with them. Manga, I did read quite a bit, but then when I got older, I didn't have as much time, so then... Yeah. I usually watch anime over manga. I know that manga is probably the more, like, the true one, right? But then, 2 reasons. One, that would require me to stop drawing. I would actually have to sit down and do something. And then 2, I like to be able to study Japanese, so to hear it is better. I could read it, right? But I think speaking and understanding the language is actually more important if you're traveling than reading the language. Because you can go up to somebody and ask, can you read this? Yeah. Decorating a little gingerbread. I probably am not going to pick up reading comics anytime soon. I don't think. I feel like that would be like picking up a new hobby. And art takes so much time. Outside of drawing, I really don't do much except for gaming, you know? And household chores. Oh my god, speaking of, I think I have clothes in the wash. Oh. Ooh. How long has that been in there? Don't know. We're gonna find out later. Hopefully they're fine. It's fine, everyone. It's fine. This? No, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Meaning this side has to be bigger. It's just a perspective thing. 1, 2, 3. This. Should it be the same type of window on this side? I think it's okay. I'm wondering if I should do it like this, so then I can do the tiny things, but I don't know if it's worth it, because it might look messy from afar. Let's see. This is a trick. Now we're really frosting, but will it look good from afar? This is the question. Do we like this? I don't know. I think so. I think the perspective is a little bit off, but... Move this one over a little bit. Wonder, should I make that part bigger? I think so. This right here, because it's too empty. This. Oh. This. I think this is one of the ones that's gonna take a second. Versus the cup of hot chocolate is not so bad. Interesting to know. I feel like it's one of those things where it's just like when they do like a different take on a character of any fandom that like really with like dedicated fans, if they don't do it 100% right. Fortunately, it's like one of those things. Like the Mario movie also I think did pretty poorly. However, sequels to me are usually a cash grab. But I'm not much of a critic. I was talking to somebody about this recently. I'm very much like laissez-faire, I guess. If it's visually appealing and I can understand what's happening, because I'm not like super into anything, I'm just kind of like, it's fine. But then if you're like a historian, for example, I do have some friends who are historians. They'll be like, man, I hated that because it's so inaccurate. And I'm like, all right, noted. We won't watch it together. I still enjoyed it. But then there are some games, for example, Hades, that are quite accurate. And, are not accurate, obviously. They changed a lot of stuff. But, creative freedom. But they reference a lot of things where the historians are like, oh, I know that one. So it's fine. But I'm one of those people that if you not disagree with my opinion, because probably I'm not going to have much to say. But if you didn't like something, I'm just going to be like, that's okay. Do it like this. Does that look better? Nah, that's too much. Is this too much? We can do it like then. Yeah, I appreciate, the representation, even though representation is not really done well in the movie. But I really don't have much to say about it. To be honest, I am like, yeah, I don't know much, so I can't say much. Now, when it comes to the Zelda movie, if they do that wrong, maybe I'll have something to say. Maybe. But I'll probably just be like, okay. Kind of chill. That's an interesting fact. What do gingerbread guys look like again? This. We want 3. Because he looks like directly like he's standing up like this, it's almost like freeze. He's pinned up against the wall. What did this poor gingerbread do? What did he do? But he's happy about it. He's like, yeah, I ate all the jujubes. What are you gonna do about it? I'm making lore for this gingerbread right now. Gonna do it like this. That could be cute. Ooh, interesting. I feel like this is not very well done. This part here. This part. Arguably don't want it. Move it. I think it just looks better with thicker line. Ooh, ooh. Here. That's not black. Ooh. All right, little gingerbread men. Gingerbread people. This is such a weird thing to be working on in spring. But then, is it that weird? It's still snowing outside. So, maybe it's not that weird at all, actually. I'll never escape. I genuinely believe if there is a hell, it's frozen. It can't be fiery, okay? Because man, nothing makes me feel more miserable than winter. That would be my own personal hell. Not to offend anyone, however, that would be mine. Okay. If you like the cold, well, let's trade spots. Please. Man, I hate the cold. I wish I could make the excuse and be like, it's because I'm Brazilian. I don't think that's the case. I think I just genuinely just hate the cold. I also think my nose is not built for the cold, by the way. I heard a thing where it's like shorter noses that are wider will have a hard time with cold air because of the temperature of the air traveling. So, higher risk of nosebleeds. Who has nosebleeds? It's me! Not like those fun anime ones. No, they're awful. And did you know nosebleeds can give you a tummy ache? Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Very funny. when I was younger, I didn't like my nose, actually. Now I'm pretty indifferent. I feel like I'm... That's the vibe I'm giving today. I'm like, yeah... I'm gonna chill. Too many things to stress about, man. I am, by default, stressed, so if I can find something to not stress about, I'm gonna hold on to that, please. Please let me not be stressed. Oh. It's that time again where the makeup gets in my eye. Why does it happen? I don't understand. I think I needed like a super secure setting spray. Why does this guy look like a ditto? Buddy, what happened to you, man? He's lying here like, I'm okay with my life choices. I'm going to be eaten. What do you mean you're going to eat me? I don't think in ancient Greece I would be the beauty standard. However, I understand the sentiment. I don't mind. Especially growing up, because I'm mixed, of course. I very much had the different beauty standards, and now I'm just like, and again, very indifferent. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Oh, you don't like my face? You don't like my face? It's not for you to like. Get out of here. That being said, if you're watching this stream strictly because you like my face, well, that's an interesting reason to watch my stream. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the reason. However, we were talking about it earlier that my streams and my clips do better if they feature my face. Sisyphus. Sometimes I feel like Sisyphus. He's like, I'm having a great time. I found purpose. This guy looks even funnier because he's like, whee! All right. Let's put this guy over here. Maybe. I don't really know much about Greece to say anything either. She's not learned. I am not learned. I really loved that in when I was studying Shakespeare in high school, that the voice, like the recording would say banished, and forever now. Banished is banished to me. Actually, you know what? I should be learned in Greek art because I studied it, but I don't remember any of it. It's fine. That's right. Let's not talk about that. It's fine. Everything that I've learned that I no longer use, it's okay. No, just pretend it's locked away in here somewhere. I just don't need to use it. Don't make me use it, please. I don't know it anymore. All I remember is that crazy painting of Kronos eating his children. That's messed up, man. That was weird. I walked into class that day and was like, what the heck? What in the Hades is happening here? What is that? Crazy, man. What? But, it's okay. It's alright. It's fine. Oh, that's not what I meant to do, but that's okay. Well, okay. Well. They all have his face now. This is my gingerbread. His name's Sisyphus. What's your name? Oh my god. This one, I think I'm gonna have to redraw it. Can't get that lazy. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. That one, that's the one. Oh, Hadestown. I think so. Toronto has like quite a bit of like musical theater. Not as big as New York for sure. New York is like huge for that, right? But I do remember seeing posters for Hadestown and thinking that looks interesting. I would like to watch that. I have not really seen that much that many performances in Toronto, just in general. I did see the opera one time. It was something Medea. I don't remember how that's pronounced. Because in my mind it's Medea, but I think it's Medea. I do like musicals. Of course. I swear, I'm just a bard. That's what I would be. This is a really weird looking gingerbread. Hey man, not to cookie shame, but what the heck is wrong with you, man? Buddy, you look like you took all of the butter in that pan. His face is so dumb. He looks like an emo. What the heck is this, man? Why are these gingerbread giving me a hard time, man? Leave me alone. Like that, I didn't watch this anime, but I just remember the meme, the Shinji just going, "Leave me alone!" Ah! Hunted down by gingerbread. Anybody who's joining the stream right this second, I'm so sorry that you're witnessing just me drawing gingerbread. Actually, no, I'm not. Look at them. Wouldn't you like to eat them? Don't answer that question. They kind of look weird. Why? But why? What do we name this guy? I don't know why. He's giving me a Ricardo. I don't know why that's the name that came to my mind. But this guy right here. Ricardo the gingerbread man. Sorry, if you're named Ricardo out there. You're very tricky gingerbread man. I don't know what to tell you. What the heck, man? Get it together. wait, maybe that's the problem. This guy is buff. Does he not look like? The other name that came to mind was Francisco, and then I was like, Francisco Goya, the painter? Dude, I don't know what's going on there. In the end, Linkin Park. Oh man, good times. Good emo times. Man, I was so like melodramatic when I was younger. Linkin Park was my stuff. Watch an anime music video with that? Yeah. Of course. Naturally. Some of those anime music videos are really good. I hope those people went on to like learn to animate. Some of them. They're like amazing. I'm like, dang, the skill. Or maybe they became really talented editors, because editing videos is hard. If anybody's watched a YouTube video of mine, chances are something went horribly wrong and it was a lot of effort, so thank you for watching. God. The first thing I do when I make a lot of money is hire an editor. I also can't say editor for whatever reason. I always say edited. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about. Hold on a second. Sisyphus. You're supposed to be on the bottom, buddy. What are you doing? Hogging the show. Get out of here, buddy. Get out of here, bro. And then this guy is just stepping on the other guy's head because nobody questioned that. It's disturbing, actually. I don't like that. Let's move them over. I don't like that he's just straight up just like, hey bro, I'm just gonna stand right here. Do you mind? Like those funny dogs that are like, oh, you're here? They sit on your face. Oh yeah. Don't mind if I do. Bro. What do you mean? My dog does that all the time. You'll be sitting somewhere and suddenly, or like you'll just be lying actually. Be like this. Ah, I'm resting. You open your eyes, dog butt in your face. I don't know what that's about. He does it aggressively too. It just like comes over, leans into you, just a whack. I'm like, bro. That guy's a menace. Eee! Oh my goodness. Alright, gingerbread man, I'll give you a break. I can't with you. Get out of here. You think line art is easy until you draw some gingerbread man. Why does a little guy stepping seem to be more happy than the one getting stepped on? Well, I wonder. I didn't. Well, this one was Ricardo, right? And then this one's Sisyphus. What's this guy? This guy has problems. Patrick was the name that came to mind. Or Patrick. Patrick, why? What have you done? What have you done to deserve it? Yeah, no. It wasn't the other way. It wasn't that he decided to step on Patrick. No, Patrick deserved it. Patrick did something. This one looks so funny. Oh no. Patrick Star. Yeah, that is also what I thought. What a remix. What a remix. To be honest, I'm not really one for frosting. Weird, right? Because I really like sugar. However, frosting. This one also. Ricardo, what's going on, buddy? It's because of the angle that I'm like, it has to be less smiley. However, it kind of looks like this. Like that. What is this, buddy? Oh! And then you zoom out and you don't see it at all. I love that. I love that for me. I do think the angle is wrong. Ricardo, you are giving me the biggest trouble. Ricardo? You know what I love about streams sometimes is I can look at the camera as if I'm on a sitcom to be like, did you see that? You all see that? Y'all see this? Have you seen the clips of people doing that to like the security camera? I think it's so funny. Peak humor. I love it. Please. There's no hope for Ricardo. He's dip him in some frosting and then call it a day. Just throw him. Also, I have a hot take, but not really a hot take. Step up, bro. Come on. Bonjour, ça va? Do you like gingerbread cookies? We're having a whole thing. Somebody give him some milk and just dunk him in, like in Shrek. Whenever I think of gingerbread cookies, I think of Shrek. I'm glad you caught me! Haha! Yay! That's good. Good to hear, good to hear. This chat feels like a bar joke. A gingerbread, a French person, an American, a Brazilian, an indigenous person walk into the bar. What happened? I don't know what the punchline is, but it sounds like a. Oh no, not the juju drum drops, no! You know, in my mind though, when I read that, I think spicy bread. Like when I immediately translate it into English, spicy bread. I mean, I guess gingerbread is kind of spicy bread. Can y'all eat raw ginger? Because I had hot pot one day, and they put like really intense ginger, just like straight up cut up ginger. And I was like, tastes great. Ate like a bite of ginger. I was like, my soul is leaving my body. It's so strong. I was like, oh my god, Chinese cuisine is on next level, man. What the heck? It was tasty though. I just can't handle strong ginger. Same with garlic, like straight up garlic. I know some people who just straight up eat just like straight up garlic. And I'm like, dang. I need to roast that a little bit, please. So it is spicy bread. I mean, yes. Oh my god, we have somebody who can eat the ginger. See, I can't. Even ginger candy, I'm like, I can't. I think it's an aversion. But I like ginger in food. I mean, I like pickled ginger, obviously. So, of course. I'm waiting for the sushi to come out of the restaurant, and I'm like, I'm just gonna eat all the ginger. I'm so hungry. But in Japan, they also eat ginger with curry. It's good. I do love Japanese curry. Oh, so good. They're opening a curry shop in Toronto, so I'm gonna go all the way over there just for that. Ooh! Welcome back. We are still here somehow. Somehow. Japanese curry is so good, right? Ah, it's so good. Love Japanese curry. We make it here at home. I feel like there's something missing here, but doesn't it feel like there's something missing? Am I tripping? But I can't really add stuff unless the client asks for it, so. Why does this guy look bigger than everybody else? This is discrimination. We gave only one guy dough, and the rest of them, we were like, you're not good enough for dough. You were not, this is not equality. You can't have money in the form of dough. Dough is currency. What is this crazy story for this gingerbread? If anybody's joining in late, here we have this guy here. His name is Sisyphus. This is Patrick. This is Ricardo. I don't know why. No discrimination against Ricardos around the world. However, this Ricardo is giving me a hard time. This guy and this guy are nameless, so. This one, okay, no. This one is Gregory. And this way is, Ta-san. His name is Ta, but I'm just gonna add the sign. As in Ta-san. His name is just straight up Ta. Y'all, okay, memory test. What's everybody's name? Can you remember? So stupid. That's how you know it's getting to a delirious point of the stream, because what the heck is happening? Hey, everybody wants to be a Ricardo one day, right? If you're not a Ricardo today, you could be a Ricardo tomorrow. That's not what I meant. Immediately I was like, yes, you could actually, but that's not what I meant. I would just saying nonsense about Ricardo. We all want to be Ricardo, you know? Sisyphus. Good old Sisyphus. You know, the guy who rolls the ball with the ball, not the boulder, just a ball. He takes a big yoga exercise ball and just rolls it up the hill. No, I can't forget. No, yeah, I got we got Ta-san. Just without the san, because he doesn't deserve respect. Somebody asked me to do a memory test recently. And I was so nervous. I was like, oh no, I have bad memory. Turns out my memory is actually not that bad. But please don't ask me to do a memory game. There's a boss in Hades 2 that requires you to remember the moves. I just like make it so I have crazy health and I get hit anyway. Because I refuse. I'm like, I'm not gonna remember that. I can't. There's too much going on. The art is pretty. There's crazy good music happening at the same time. My brain can't track all that. I can't track all that. You know the waiters and like the people who take orders, just like in general, like any job that takes orders, and they're like, I can remember that, and I'm just like, dude, I ordered like 7 things. How are you? I've got it. And I'm like, do you? They always forget something though, actually. So maybe they're not that impressive. And I hate chasing down my waiter because I'm too nervous to do so. I'm very nice. I'm not saying that in a, I'm so nice. But in the terms of, I don't want to inconvenience someone and that inconveniences me. So it's bad, actually. It's not good. Too scared to be like, hello, excuse me, I haven't had water in about 2 hours. Could you please refill my water? I'm so thirsty. Oh. Somebody asked me the date for today, and then I was like, quick test, everyone. Do you know the date? You don't have to write the date, but you can say yes or no. Quick check. Can everybody remember the date? Because I actually was not sure of the date. I got the date right, don't worry. As I pull out a bag of dates. I've got dates! No. I really have bad memory in general, I think. Yeah. Yeah, if you care about it, I think you remember it, right? My poor friend, my friend is so sweet. She will always say like, oh, happy International Women's Day. Or happy, I don't know, bisexual visibility. I don't know why they're all queer. This is just all I can remember right now. But something like that. And then it'll be like her day. And then I'll be like, at like 11:59, I message her, I'm so sorry, I didn't know what day it was. Ah! It happens every time. I need somebody else to remind me of the date. I don't know. I would forget my own birthday, I think. I think I have, actually. Like 2 days before, I'm like, oh wait, hold on a second. Actually, how do you forget your birthday? I think I forget like the week before. But then how do you forget your actual birthday? Because that's your excuse to get a little treat. I'll do anything for a little treat. Give me the treat. I had a treat today. My friend called me the bravest girl in the world because I had a minor inconvenience and then I got myself a little treat. I have the greatest friends. These are the same type of friends that when you message them, there's something really expensive that I like. I don't know, should I get it? And they go, yes. And they're also the one that you say, you know, I was wondering if I should get this tattoo, but it's kind of big. Yes. Just I'm wondering if I should run somebody over with my car. I'm not sure. Yes. This is the kind of friend that I have. And we love each other very much. Don't worry, we have not committed any crimes. That you know of. Trust me, I'm the morally good character in video games. There's no crimes being committed. That you know of. Yes, please testify, because what will I do? What will I do? I have witnesses. I was here on stream. Yes, exactly. I do need a yes woman by my side at all times. Thank you so much. Because in my own life, I'm already my no person. You don't need to tell me no. I will tell myself no. Speaking of, I bought new shoes. And not only one pair of shoes, I bought 2 pairs of shoes. They were to replace broken ones, okay? So it's not that crazy. They were both broken. But I was like, no, but it's expensive. I live on an artist's salary. bought new shoes. The yes people in my life, they were louder. They're cute. I haven't worn them yet because it's snowing outside. I needed to stop. I needed to stop snowing. What's going on? It's okay. It's all right. We're all a little bit freaky over here. That's what I call my dogs all the time. I think this is an immigrant thing because my parents used to say it, or I think it was my mom, used to say like, ooh, so freaky or something like that. But not like weird freaky, but wait. Not the weird freaky that you might be thinking about. I'm talking about weird freaky. Like Freaky Friday, like weird, bizarre, you know? And so I call my dogs freaky. I'm like, why are you guys so freaky? Why are you freaky like that? Why are you freaking out? Why are you freaky? Stop being so freaky. They're so weird. My dogs are weird. Sometimes my dog just, occasionally I'm just gonna say stories, but my dog just like goes outside in the backyard, barks. And that's it. It's just like an alert. He's like, I'm here. That is all. I'm like, what is that? Such a strange dog. Hey, man. Meanwhile, I think I said it 2 streams ago, or maybe a stream ago, where my partner told me that my dog is very... Wow, this is crazy. My dog and I are like the same. And then that's the dog that I'm like. Just walk outside. Hey! That's all. I think it's pretty common for people with like parents who don't speak English to like run into these things where they're saying something incorrectly, but then it's just like, all right, okay, whatever. I have a lot of those. Or it's not even like incorrect. It's literally just not English. And then I have to go, that's not English. But then they don't notice because they're so bilingual. They're like, oh, I didn't realize I'm not speaking the right language. Pretty funny. I did not have this struggle because I just spoke English. English only household, let's go. It's not an English only household. How am I gonna trash talk anybody if I can only speak English? It's usually not trash talk, it's usually something really nice, actually. I just don't want to put people on the spot and make them feel weird. Unless you're wearing weird shoes. Maybe. But then it's nice in that way too, where I don't want to insult you out loud, but I'll be like, those shoes are weird, man. Especially weird cars. It's usually cars, not shoes. There's some cars out there. What do I consider weird shoes? These aren't weird, but they're not my taste. This is actually really funny. We exited the shoe store, and then they were talking about Uggs, and then there were some Uggs on sale, and then I was saying they were never my taste. And as I was saying that, we passed somebody wearing Uggs. I don't know, Uggs are not for me. I need to maybe find a reference for this plant. This is supposed to be like evergreen pine thingy? Evergreen pine? Evergreen... What do we search this up? How do I search this up? Not needles, but it's like just like a chunk of the... Is it evergreen? I don't know if it's evergreen. I don't remember what this is. Ah, Crocs. See, that one is also a controversial one, isn't it? Crocs. They are also not my taste. However, again, I need to give that thing where I'm like, I did study fashion. So then it's kind of like, there were a lot of things where I'm like, it's same as concept art, where I go, man, that's so ugly. Well done. It's one of those things where I'm like, in fashion, there's this thing where it's so ugly that it's fashionable. It's a very weird thing. Like sometimes it's ugly that it works. And I think concept art and illustration also have this, where there's certain elements that can be ugly and then you go, but it works. I don't understand. I don't know. There's got to be a word for this where it's like, it's not visually appealing, but somehow it pieces everything together and makes it work. I don't know. So I think of Crocs like that. However, yeah, that's a weird choice. Crocs with heels and fishnets, that's a little bit. Balenciaga. Yeah, a joke so bad that it becomes good. That's kind of the vibe, yeah. Balenciaga is known for this. But the thing is, I think I was watching a video about this, breaking it down. But Balenciaga used to be, and a lot of luxury brands used to be all about well-done construction and, you know, really cared for fashion, you know? Things that are like well-made. Like Louis Vuitton used to be not clothing, but it used to be bags and suitcases and things like that. So things that are made well. However, oh, hi Tristin, hi! Yay! You have to pause. I'm like, wait, this is so important. Yes, I was working on Tristin's characters earlier. If you're showing up in the stream later, they are still here. Except we have Lucifer over here. And a bunch of references. But not to worry, I will send you all the all the sketches, and then you can pick which one that you like. Yeah! No pressure to say anything now. Also, we wouldn't know what to do. But we have plenty to look at. Yeah! I'll give a whole breakdown. I did enjoy drawing your character. And everybody enjoyed watching it, right? Everyone nod at the same time. Yes. And if you weren't here for it, you enjoyed looking at them right now, right? Yes. Now I'm working on another commission because that one, we got to the checkpoint. It's like a video game, checkpoint. But you complimented it, so that means you liked it earlier, so that's fine, we're fine. Ooh! Wait, hold on, which one was 6? I did like 6. We were talking about it. Where I read Agatha love. I can't think. Yes. Merci, Agatha Lee. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good day. Bonne journée. Right. I like 6, but then I was like, it's the one that's the most out there. Who knows if we're gonna go with it? Because I always give one that's like out there. But yeah. We will talk about it later, but I did like this one, so I'm happy, yeah. I was also saying earlier that I cannot say which one's my favorite because I'll sway the client. Yay! Oh, très cher. Thank you. Trop gentil. Alright. Y'all like my French? What was I saying again? The luxury brands. Okay, so Balenciaga used to be more about like well-done construction. But then, because I think they were failing, they weren't doing as well, they leaned into like meme culture a little bit, like gag culture. So all of their stuff is actually like really ugly and making fun of, you know, like for example, the make destroyed or distressed clothing fashion, which is kind of insulting if you're lower class and you're looking at that and you're like, why are you buying something like distressed to that level for haute couture? What is that? That was not always the case. But when you think of Crocs with heels, it's Balenciaga. It's Balenciaga. If you see one doing something stupid design, it's probably Balenciaga. Which is sad. Oh, yeah. When I was studying fashion, Dior was my favorite for the silhouette. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious based on how I draw my characters, I think. Of course! Get some rest! Thank you for your hard work in the stream. Hello, streamer! We're just gonna do like this, I think. If you don't know much about fashion, that's okay, same. But Dior was the one after the war. There's a part where in history where women started to dress more masculine, and it was because there was a war going on and because they were trying to save money. Ooh. But yeah, please. I also didn't know I did chapter headers, to be honest. This is my first time doing it. So somebody reached out and I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess I can do it. Never a distraction. I be here, yapping, streaming. If it's good for entertainment. But if you do need to go, of course. I mean, I don't know if we're in the same time zone, but please, if you need to get rest, please get some rest. Something about Dior. Right, Dior was the one that like introduced feminine fashion back, basically. So, poofy dresses, feminine, like kind of like a flower, that kind of silhouette, kind of magical girl-esque. Dior. And I think their runway is still relatively inspired by that. So it's kind of close. Looks too even. Make this longer. Anyway, that was my little history lesson on fashion. Hope you enjoyed. The only fashion thing I remember. But a lot of the fashion stuff I learned actually was fundamentals of design, which is the exact same as concept art and illustration, to be honest. Things about line, proportion, that kind of stuff. What else was there? Color, shape. I don't know. What other fundamentals are there? I don't remember right now. Some other artists will chime in, I'm sure. I don't remember the fundamentals. But regardless, yeah, it's the same. I always have to mention it. I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't really, if you see me in person, it doesn't really look like I'm a ex-fashion student. One, because I don't care as much. And I think my opinion is, not that anybody asked, I don't want to contribute too much to fast fashion. So I could look less fashionable, but it's because I care about the environment a little bit, at least a little bit. I know I'm going to buy something and I'm not going to wear it and it's not going to last a very long time. That's the reason I'm not buying it. And because I studied fashion, I know about the impacts of pollution. It is one of the leading industries to the world's pollution, actually. Think of all the fast fashion, the way that it works is every 2 weeks, basically, they come out with something new. And if you've ever worked at a retail store, fashion store, every 2 weeks you get something new, or every month you get something new, you replace stuff. What do you think happens to the old stuff? They destroy it, right? It goes to the garbage a lot of the time, if it doesn't go to clearance. And so, that's a lot of pollution. And so I don't dress very fashionably, but I know, okay? And if you're ever self-conscious about how you look and how you dress because you don't have a lot of money, and you care about quality, from an ex-fashion student, hey man, being fashionable is not all that matters. As long as you know it looks good, right? There's a stereotype of people in fashion, they kind of make you feel bad. They look down on you, right? There's like this classist thing. I promise you, a lot of the people I studied with, that was not the case. They were just fellow artists, genuinely. I ran into quite a few fashion people who did have that vibe, and I don't think that's the heart of fashion at all. It's just self-expression, honestly. I think it should. Honestly, I think it is, there's a bit of a rise because Shein is very popular right now. And Shein, there's like a rise in two different directions. Like some kind of rebellious, I would say like very punk sentiment of thrifting. Thrifting is very popular now and it's in style to thrift. It's cool because of the influencers. And then, on the other side, Shein and Temu. Shein has even opened a shop in Harajuku, Japan, which is crazy because that's a fashion district of the fashion area, which is all about unique stuff. And because of influencer culture, a lot of stuff is becoming kind of, what's it called? All the same. We're all becoming the same. Have you ever noticed? There's something, somebody was talking about this, the beauty standard of 2026. Everybody kind of looks the same. Isn't that weird? So there is that issue. It's interesting. I would hope that we all learn to express ourselves and just wear whatever the heck we want, man. I don't think I'm that opinionated all the time. Or if I am, I try to keep quiet. However, I did run into some people. You know what this was sparked by? Was talking about how I didn't finish fashion school. And somebody had reminded me. They were kind of... I had two opposing forces. One person was very encouraging. They were like, it's okay. That's kind of life, you know? You just fail and then you redirect yourself and you figure out, hey, this is not what I like. Let me go somewhere else. But somebody who didn't know my story heard that I didn't finish school, and they were like looking at me weird. They were like, why didn't you finish? They didn't know my story, right? So, and they dressed very fashionable and very cool. And I was thinking like, yeah, man, but I would very much rather be unfashionable and less judgmental than to be one of the people supporting that fashion stereotype of us going, like, looking you up and down, judging you. So it actually made me feel really bad when it happened, when I had that interaction. So I'm very glad that I got to have a nice interaction afterwards. That was very encouraging. Fashion is a very big part of the Azuki lore. Would not be an illustrator without it. It needed to happen. But anyway, deep talks. I do think it is sad that people are kind of losing their individuality a little bit. But I think it's on the rise. I think people are going to get rebellious. Artists are really good at that, right? We're good at being weird. Style, are we still talking about fashion, or are we talking about art style? They're different. I've heard some people say, not my style, but I've heard people use the description of feminine as an art style, and I thought that was interesting. I don't know if that would be my description. I just remembered that. Because then if it was, then it would be quite similar, I think. I don't think I dress very cutesy. In fact, I don't wear these glasses off stream, outside of Azuki Arts branding. These are very cutesy. But I would say the style is a little bit kind of casual for sure. Casual 100%. I'm a very casual person, if you haven't noticed. I feel like the best way to describe it is like mixing cute with punk. I regularly wear combat boots, so that's my punk element. Straight jeans, love straight jeans. I don't like skinny jeans. I'm wearing skinny jeans today, and let me tell you, that was the wrong choice. My legs have cut off circulation hours ago. They're awful. I hate skinny jeans so much. I'm like, who is this flattering on? I hate skinny. They also make you feel uncomfortable when you put them on in the morning. Good Lord. Anyway, point is, I like comfortable, but I don't like sportswear for myself. So if I'm actually dressing to go out, it's like cute and punk. Why does this look like a cactus? But if I'm at home, chances are I'm wearing kawaii sweatpants, meaning they're pink with some kind of like embroidery, and that's it. I do like artsy t-shirts and things like that, but I feel like at home I wear a lot of t-shirts just because that's comfortable and I'm not going out. But yeah, anyway, whatever the heck cute and punk is, that's what it is. I wish I could get into more J fashion, Japanese fashion, but there's two reasons I don't do that. A lot of it is cheap. And then the other reason is like true Japanese stuff, like actually in Japan, kind of, essentially not Uniqlo, just straight up Uniqlo, is not very size inclusive. It's like one size fits all kind of thing sometimes. So then, also I'd have to speak the language and actually tell them, hey, what size? And I can't deal with that. But a lot of the things, when I'm in Japan, I love their fashion so much. It's so cool. I saw this, I think I saw two people, so I don't know where they bought these jeans, but I want them. They had these like, I don't remember what it's called. It's not bucket style, but they're the type of, this was trendy over there. And I have a pair of jeans that are like this. They're kind of like straight jeans, but they're kind of like this. Like this is one, if this was one pant leg, it would be like this. So they're kind of boxy like this. They have an interesting shape, but they were like this, and then on the knee, they had a crazy cool like design that was like painted on. And I was like, dude, those are dope. Where did you get them? I want to be cool too. If ideally, I would love to mix Japanese and Western styling into my clothing. I have no idea how to do that with my current setup, but I do like Uniqlo though. Uniqlo pretty much has everything. But I do remember seeing this manga that has changed my view of Uniqlo forever, which was really funny. There was a scene where the girl comes to meet the guy and then says, "You look like you shop only at Uniqlo." And he's like, "What's wrong with Uniqlo?" And she's like, "Well, nothing, it's just basic." And then I looked at my closet and I was like, yeah, 90% of this is Uniqlo too, what the heck. Even my cool clothing that I buy is actually a brand owned by Uniqlo. Did you know that? So, for example, Gap actually owns Banana Republic and, well, obviously Baby Gap. And I think they also own Old Navy, I think. Can't remember. And Athleta, I think. And Uniqlo owns Goo. It's Goo, like this Goo. I have a few things from Goo. I can be basic. This is kind of looking like coral to me, you know? I think I made this part too thick. I do have some Japanese items, but I'm not brave enough to wear that in Western culture, hey? Also, I wouldn't be brave enough to wear it outside. It's winter again. For example, I have the Japanese shoes, you know, these ones. This kind of shoe, if your foot is like here. Wait. Is that the terribly drawn foot? This is called Geta. They're pretty fun to walk in. They kind of hurt though. They're kind of uncomfortable. But if you have a Japanese event, I aim to do it. I am been accepted into some Japanese events in Canada here. So thank God. If they reject me, I'm like, hey buddy, I am literally Japanese. Please let me in. I'm at the doorway, like smacking the door, like, let me in. Please. This is not a fake name. I'm actually, please. Sometimes on like applications, I legit say like, I am Japanese. I am. Please. Give me a chance. Let me into the Japanese Convention Center. They did, by the way. No, it's in fact that they're not even a Japanese run like event. However, they're like, they wanted a, like they're centering around Japanese theming or something, right? And then I'm like, of all people, I feel a little entitled, a little bit. My stuff is pretty okay, and also by brand. Come on. It's like my whole thing. But in Japan, if we're talking about like, if they actually believe that I'm mixed, there's a lot of people that are mixed in Japan, so it's not uncommon, but they're surprised because they don't know that I am. So if I tell them I am, they're like, oh, I didn't know that you were. That kind of thing. I do think I would have a hard time if I lived there. I didn't really experience any problems in Canada, but I think if I was in Japan, I would experience some problems. If I was in Brazil, I probably wouldn't experience any problems, I don't think. Maybe? I don't know. I hope not. I haven't heard of any problems, because they're like everywhere. Like, we're everywhere. But I do have the thing, if I continue our deep talks, of not really feeling like I fit in a lot of the time. So, I think this is just par for the course. It's just going to be like that. Which is great, because that's what makes me stream. Ooh, I think they don't really have any opinion, because I don't really have to talk to anybody. I think they just think I'm a Westerner. I don't think they think anything of it. They definitely... I think if you're half, and you live in Japan even, if you speak fluently, they don't think that you're able to speak Japanese as well. Because it's such a, what's the word, homogenous country? That like, apparently, from what I've heard from other people who live there, not that I know that many people who live there, but rather watching videos, them talking about their experience, they just assume that you're a foreigner, which is probably really annoying. If you're trying to speak to them in your language you're fluent in, but they assume that you speak English, probably real annoying. Probably gets real old real fast. I don't really have this issue. Growing up, though, they used to speak to me in Portuguese. That's pretty much it. Different issue, though. I should be able to speak it. I was in an environment, they were like, no, you this is a correct assumption. I am the one that's throwing you through a loop right now. I was the confusing one. They would start speaking Portuguese, and then they'd be like, oh, you don't understand? I'm like, no, I understand. I just can't reply in Portuguese. So then it was just so confusing that they just ended up speaking English. And you know what? Fair decision. Preferred that one. Growing up, I did have friends who did speak Portuguese. Like if we were at the same like family event or something. I was the only one. Me and my sibling, my brother, both of us, we were just there like, I want to go home. But for reference, my Portuguese was better. So I translated a lot of the time. So at some point, I was actually pretty decent at Portuguese. If I was in an emergency, I'm sure I could bring it out. You know, adrenaline makes you do crazy things. I'm sure if in an emergency. Surely, right? I hope so. I tried one time to speak Portuguese to somebody, and they did one of these. They were like, it's okay. It's all right. You can speak in English. And I was like, thank God, I can't do this. I think I remember words, but then when I actually actively try to recall it, it's gone. So I'm like, all right then. Okay, it's gone then. All right, it's in there, buried somewhere. Somewhere. I think there's a thing that says that if you're above the age of 16, it's hard to pick up the accent, actually. I don't know why. I don't remember why that was the case, but that's what I've heard. But people who like immigrated or like who are exchange students or something, they pick up the accent when they're younger. They don't have as much of a noticeable accent. Unless you work with a dialect coach, I think you probably could remove your accent a little bit. But if, let's say, you move over and you're like 20, probably your accent is stuck. I have a friend, which is really interesting. She's Chinese. And she doesn't know that she has an accent. She does have an accent, actually. A slight one. And then I have some friends, this was an interesting one. I had a friend who doesn't have an accent. But she is Chinese, her parents are Chinese, so people think she has an accent. They're like, you sound like you have an accent. But like, if you actually listen to her, there's no real accent there. It's just, I think, similar speech pattern to somebody who has learned it and they have an accent. So it's like a diluted accent. Because to me, I was like, she's just Asian and she's speaking English. She doesn't have an accent. But when somebody pointed it out, I was like, you know what? She does pronounce certain words, not like overall an accent, but there's certain words where she pronounces it a little bit different. And I'm like, it's because her parents probably. So I wonder sometimes, are there certain words that I say that have an accent, but I don't know what they are? There might be. Like in English, specifically English words. I don't know. Maybe there are. Who knows? Who knows? But I've met some people where I'm like, you say that one specific word weird. Why? Interesting. And then I learned that their parents are like English is their second language, and I'm like, there's a common thread here. The only thing that I pronounce and I think I have a problem with is, this is not a speech impediment. This is just like, maybe because I can roll my R, is edit, and dunno, sometimes it turns into an R. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. I agree though. I think if you have an accent, that means you did the hard thing of learning another language. And that's why whenever somebody comes into the stream and they're like, oh, English is my second language, I'm like, hey man, I don't care. Proud of you. But otherwise, it's just another day to me. I live in Canada. Everybody has an accent. Like every other person has an accent. I think of my friends, like probably most of their parents have an accent. So then it's like really just like every other person. And my family has an accent. My friend's family has an accent. My friend has an accent. So many. I don't know if I'm drawing these correctly, however. I'm doing my best here. There are some accents though that I run into and then I'm like, I have no idea where you're from. That's so interesting. Oh, I think we're missing something here, right? We should add. You could tell I got lazy with Procreate here. I definitely didn't want to draw this. It goes back to that thing of like, you know, everybody's kind of starting to look the same a little bit. It's a beauty standard thing, I think. Very airbrushed and, you know, plastic surgery trends, influencer stuff. But accent makes you different, right? It's so interesting. I like accents. They're fun. I can't do them though. Nobody asked me to try and do stand-up comedy and try and mimic an accent. That's not happening today. I knew this one time, actually. I had a friend also Chinese. I don't know. It just happens. She made fun of how I pronounced something, a Chinese dish, and then I was like, the tables have turned. I to this day I still don't know how to pronounce it, and I'm like, every time I pronounce it, I think about it. But yes, celebrate your uniqueness. We're all weirdos. I think artists know that the best, don't we? We're all freaking weird. We can't be out here judging people, because we're all weird. Honestly, if somebody judges me nowadays, I kind of think like, what's going on, man? What's going on? I have heard, actually I had a friend who told me this, that if somebody's being mean to you, the best response is actually to ask if they're okay. And I think that's so funny. Can you imagine? Hey, I think your shirt's ugly. Hey, are you okay? That's the response. It works apparently. Are you doing all right? Are you feeling okay? Because only someone who's not okay would be saying that to you. So like, you okay? I think they get stunned. They're like, whoa, I didn't expect you to treat me with empathy. What the heck? Anyway, but Mandarin is that language. It's a tonal language. I'm not sure if Vietnamese is also a tonal language. However, Vietnamese also has a crazy amount of... Is it glottal stop? I don't know. They have... I think it's glottal stop, that word. Where there's like a lot of sharp, like abrupt ends. And I don't know how to explain that, but hopefully somebody understands what glottal stop is. Kind of like, I don't think French has it, but similar to French, where like it catches in the back of your throat. If you haven't noticed, I grew up with a lot of Chinese and Vietnamese people. I don't know. It's just the neighborhood I was at. I am now realizing this. I'm like, huh, Filipino as well. The neighborhood I'm in now actually has like a lot of really good Indian food. But not enough Asian food. Like, I'm sorry. East Asian food. Which is why I need to move. The food matters, man. I need to move. I like Indian food, however, I cannot eat it every day. It's too strong for me. It's also expensive as heck. Delicious though, so good. But it's not healthy for me. I won't be able to survive. Also, it's spicy and I can't really handle spice, but I will suffer through it, you know? I can only take so much suffering though, you know? Like I shouldn't do it, but I'm gonna do it. Like one of those things. Like being lactose intolerant and going like, I shouldn't eat this pizza, but I gotta, you know? That kind of thing. Somebody surely relates to this. Surely. There are some foods that you just can't say no to if it's in front of you. Exactly. And I do it every time. There's this one dish, I am sure this is incredibly unhealthy for me. Samosa chaat. That is so good. It's kind of sweet, salty, spicy. It's so good. I can't rationalize eating that every day. It does look like coral. This side looks better than this side, so I think it's just a matter of adding stuff. What is a food that y'all can't drop? Like if somebody offers it, you're like, oh, well, I guess I'm eating it, you know? You have one? I think I know mine. Mine? I know Indian food is like really good. However, I have to be like, the authority figure in me, the adult in me has to be like, she will get the worst case of acid reflux. She's too old. She will be lying down and all of a sudden it's too spicy for her. You gotta relax. That's how I knew I was getting old. Can't handle it. But dim sum or Chinese pastries, if somebody is like, hey, I'm gonna go to the Chinese bakery, you down? I'm like, we could be driving for 2 hours. I'm down. And I have done this, genuinely. Hey, I'm driving to another city, but they have really good Asian baked goods. You won't be able to do anything for about like 4 hours, but you down? Hop into the car. I'm ready. At 9 a.m. in the morning, usually, too. At a crazy time. For me, because I sleep at a crazy time, I'm like, I will sleep 3 hours. I will drive for 2 hours. I want those goods. I do it regularly, actually. Pao de queijo is a good one. You know they sell it, like sell frozen version? Brazilian like brand, I guess, like a Brazilian Canadian. They sell it at the supermarket now. And some Chinese supermarkets sell their version of pao de queijo. See, they're on to us. They're on to us. And if they know that pao de queijo is good, you know they have taste. And that's how they get me. That's how they get me with their goods. Cheese, right? I had a cheese croissant today. And it was at Tim Hortons, and Tim Hortons, it's like 50-50. Like it might be stale, or it might be fresh and like crispy out on the outside and soft on the inside. Oh, so good. It was fresh today. I was like, today's a good day. Today's good. All right. I was having a tough day. And then I was, after that, I was like, I got my little treat. Yes. It made me so happy. The crumbs got everywhere, by the way. Because it's croissant. It got everywhere. Croissant. Croissant. Y'all remember that video from a while ago that was like, you almost made me drop my croissant? So stupid. How does this look? I think it's missing one. I think it should have one right here. Oh my god. We're getting there. We're getting there. Crawling. I'm getting there. I believe. I believe. That reminds me. Do you have a ranking of cultural foods? Personal ranking, I should say. Because I do this like every few months, maybe at least once a year, at least. I can't remember how often I do this. But this is a conversation that comes up where it's like, all right, but if you had to rank different foods from different countries, for you specifically, what would you do? And I'm always like, Chinese is up there for sure. Dim sum, man, I love dim sum. Brazilian food is also up there. Nostalgia, but also it's Brazilian food. I used to be obsessed with farofa as a kid. I think I still am, to be honest. Coxinhas. And then what's the third one? Then you're stuck, right? You're like, I like Japanese food, but is it good enough to be in my top 3? Because I really like Japanese curry and I love ramen. But I don't really, is this blasphemy to say that I don't really like sushi that much? Sorry. Sorry, everyone. If you had this illusion that I would love sushi, I do not. I like sushi. Almost after every convention or event that I have in Toronto, I go get sushi afterwards. It's because we don't have Asian food here, so Toronto has it. Ooh, Italian is so good. Like a good Italian pasta. That is one of the foods where I'd be like, oh man, this is so good. I could get fat on this alone. I will order 3, please. Sit here just eating. A huge bowl. I shall eat it forever, thank you. But I do love Japanese curry a lot. What other cultures are there? There's Greek food. Greek is good too. Mediterranean. Mediterranean is too broad, but sometimes I'm just like, I don't know which. It's such a blend that I have no idea which this is. We have I think it's a Turkish place here. I don't actually know if it's Turkish. They sell Turkish coffee, but they also sell other things, so I don't know. It's pretty good though. Korean food is really good too. Come over to Canada, Bios. We have all the food. We really do. Korean food is good, however, it's very traditional. So I think it's a more acquired taste. I like it, however, it's not my favorite because it's so traditional. But the thing is, something really funny that I've heard is that if you're Korean and then you go traveling, you think, I want to eat the food of that culture, right? Like I come to America, I'm gonna eat American food. They come over to America and they go, Korean food? Should you get some Korean food? So many people that I know are Korean and they're just like, but I just want Korean food, man. I don't know what it is. And I don't know if it's really healthy, but like, I don't think it's like, has anything like crazy addictive in it. So it's strange. I don't know what's going on with the Korean food, but kimchi's probably good for you, so. I always got kimchi in my fridge. That is a beautiful thing in Canada too. Like you can buy all of this food and like eat it at home. They're so multicultural. In my house, a lot of it is like Japanese and, well, it's just straight up Japanese. Japanese and Korean, most of the food here. But I do have quite a bit of Chinese food. Canadian, like American food, Americanized food. I have some Vietnamese things as well. I don't know, it's all Asian. What is that? What is going on? I only know how to cook Asian food. Anything that goes with rice, I guess. No, we eat a lot of pasta too, Italian, right? But I think everybody eats pasta. Because it's pasta. It's easy to make. I got Tim Hortons chili. Spam? Spam is pretty... Like, a lot of Asian people eat Spam. However, Hawaiian food really knows how to handle Spam. Yeah, there's so many cultures, so many good foods. Oh. I've heard that German has really good pretzels, but I've never had them. So if somebody German wants to give me some pretzels, be sick. All right, let's turn this off. No, not that one. Imagine if we figured out I was drawing on the wrong layer this whole time. I think I would cry. Da-da-da-da! Hey. What else do we have? Oh my god. Oh my god. This one's easy, I think. No, it's not. Let me do something easy. Please, please. I need something easy. This one's easy. This is fruitcake. Anybody like fruitcake? there's like a stereotype of it being bad, and I think I've had fruitcake and I don't like fruitcake actually. So I don't know. Fruitcake is a weird one. But I've never had it with icing on it. So maybe it is good. Oh. Do something like this. I think I mind it. I think I don't like it. But then we've established that I don't really like fruits in my chocolate either, so maybe I don't like fruits. That's not true. I do like fruits. You know, I have a bone to pick with fruits though. What is it about dried fruits? Why is it so sugary? They like add sugar on top of the fruit that's already sweet. Speaking of, I've mentioned this a few times on this stream. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you probably have seen me say this like 10 million times. There was one video, one stream recently that I was drinking something and I didn't clock that it had artificial sweetener, and then live action, you could see in real time my reaction to artificial sweetener. And then I was like slurring my words going like, I don't know what's going on. I was so slow. I was like, what's happening? It's like my brain goes to a halt and I'm like, this is crazy. We have physical evidence of what happens to me. I don't know what that's about. Anyway, my qualm is, why can't we just make soda that's half sweet? We don't need, Coke has so many different versions and I love Coca-Cola. Why can't we just make a version that has the same carbonation and it just has 50% sugar? Why can't we do that? Somebody might be thinking, well, just put water in it, dilute it. But then it's not the same carbonation, is it? It's not. I already dilute it. I have to. It's too sweet. But I cannot have Diet Coke. Ugh. I can't have Coke Zero, everyone. Please, Coke. Can you hear this lowly streamer over here? See, you're so right, though. Oh my god, I hate that you're right. Sugar equals addiction equals profit. I hate that. No, stop it. Oh man. Oh, and then if you look at it the opposite way, where they make the like sugar-free version, but then it's healthy. And people want to be healthy. They're addicted to that beautiful lifestyle of being healthy, so let me have my Diet Coke. I can't have it though. But also, I'm glad that there is Diet Coke for people who are diabetic, of course. But I can't have it. I can't have it. Let me have nice things, Coca-Cola. It's so mean. I also have a problem with Oreo. I have problems with a lot of foods. Why can't you just sell the cookie? I don't like the icing. It's too sweet. Why can't you just let me live my life? I love sugar, but not that much sugar. Have you heard this? That it's like a very common compliment. And from like all of my Asian friends will say this. It's a compliment if you get a dessert and you go, not too sweet. That's a compliment. And then if I eat something American or Canadian made and I can feel the granules of sugar, I go, it's too sweet. It's not a compliment. It's the opposite of a compliment. I do find it really funny that we all say it. I ate out with a friend recently and she said it. And I felt like pointing at her going like, you did the thing! You said the thing! You did it! You did it! No, but I really do need them to figure that out because I hate that. I just want the Oreo cookie. I don't like the icing. I tried the dark chocolate version recently because I was like, maybe it'll be better. No, it had a weird aftertaste. By the way, did you know Oreo is vegan? by accident. The more you know. Surprise! The vegans can eat something. I've had some vegan food in Toronto, because again, Toronto is like New York in a lot of ways. We have vegan food. Fancy vegan food. It was actually quite heavy. It was too sweet. Stop it. What am I supposed to do with this? I can't eat it. I had a peanut butter milkshake, but it was not milk, of course. Ooh, congrats. Do you drink it with milk or do you drink it black? Coffee with no sugar. I tried to cut down on sugar, but I think I've mentioned this before. If you have the ADHDs, hi. Basically everything I do that somebody thinks is unhealthy is probably coping with ADHD. So that's why I'm telling you, you can't judge people. You don't know my life. Apparently, the sugar helps with that a lot, which is terrible. Explains my sugar problem. Would love to cut down on the sugar. However, I cut down on sugar one time, and I didn't realize I am completely covered in back pain. Yeah, the back pain radiates. It's completely covering me. Because if you cut down dopamine, like hardcore, any pain that you feel is like astronomical. So apparently, I have back pain. I just don't know that I have back pain. That should be cause for concern, actually, I think, but it's okay. Fine. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, caffeine and sugar. They do crazy things to your brain. However, I would love to cut down a little bit. At least a little bit. But it's pretty much the only thing that I'll have sugary is coffee. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. It's the only thing that I will allow. If I'm like cutting down sugar, coffee, I cannot cut that one down. That one I'm like, nah. I'll cut it down, but I won't remove it. I tried. Man, life's too short, man. And I'm gonna make it shorter. Drinks all the sugar. I'm from the country that has maple syrup. I don't know. Maple syrup is apparently actually healthier than straight up sugar, though. In controlled amounts. Gotta control the amount. I also really like lattes, so then that's kind of a problem. But I don't have dairy. I cut dairy. That's what I cut. Made my life a little bit easier. I did have pizza the other day, and let me tell you, I had the weirdest reaction to it. I had pizza, and I had, I think the dip for the pizza had cream in it. And I had the worst sneezing fit imaginable. I'm talking, achoo! 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 Like it was over and over and over again. And my sneeze is really loud. And I can't control it. It's terrible when I'm in public. I'm like trying to hold it and I cannot, and it's so loud. And everybody turns to stare at me and I go, dude, I tried to stop the sneeze. My nose just doesn't work, okay? I don't know. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at this. Not me. Just this. Okay. It's so bad that I have to like leave the room. If I'm like out in public and I realize I'm going to sneeze, I have to exit. I'm like, I gotta leave. It's pretty funny actually. Anytime it happens, I go, I gotta go. And then as soon as I step outside, I stop sneezing and I'm like, what? And then I go inside and then I'm like, No! Get back outside. False alarm. I do need to sneeze, actually. It's terrible. I do think I'm allergic to something. And clearly dairy is one of the things. But you'd think people who are allergic to dairy would not sneeze. They would more likely get a stomachache. However, nope. Here I am. Sneezing. My afflictions. This is my stats. Don't have a resistance to dairy. Weakness to Indian food and Chinese food. There's a stat list. Weakness to sugar. Goodness gracious. Caffeine is interesting though. It doesn't actually make you less tired. It just apparently, what's it called? It blocks the receptor for you being tired. And that's trippy to think about too. We're all just always tired. Ooh. No, I'm so sorry. I have heard of the struggles. Nose struggles. My only nose struggle, I mentioned it earlier, was in the winter, my nose bleeds. Because my nose is... my nose is not built for cold weather. I think it's built for humid weather. I heard about this somewhere. This is an obvious thing, but when you think about it, like really think about it, even the minute things, you are built for the country or the city or the area you're in. So, for example, obviously there's the melanin thing. If you're black, you're made for like hot areas. That's obvious. That was obvious, right? But even your nose, even your height, the way that your weight is distributed, everything has to do with the freaking weather. And I'm not made for Canada. I'm not. I'm made for humidity, I think. Yeah. We do have some crazy freaking weather over here. You absolutely are allowed to complain. However, you cannot complain about winter. I saw, because the Canadians will roast you or freeze you. I saw somebody complaining about British winter on TikTok, and it was the funniest thing. This Canadian, he's like, his face, he's got a beard. So beards are probably really convenient, by the way. In the winter, this whole area, oh my god, it's so cold. I have to put like, I do a trick of putting my scarf in my glasses, but then the problem is this is all fogged up now, and I'm like, I can't see, but my nose, I can feel my nose, so what a payoff. The nose is useless, get rid of it, that's fine. But anyway, in this video, he's like roasting her alive. He's just like, British winter is beard full of snow. He's walking, I think he's wearing snowshoes. Like, you know, it almost looks like a tennis racket on your foot. He's like, do you see this? British winter? You wouldn't last 2 seconds in Canada. It was really funny. I don't have winter that bad. Wherever he was, that's bad winter. We did not have that. But Canadian winter, we have some crazy things that you don't really think about. Like, I have a friend, she couldn't go to work a few times because her car would freeze. She called in, hey, I started up my car and it won't turn on. So I guess I'm not coming. I've heard of the horror story. Apparently you have to be very careful. Snow plows, you have to follow the laws. Obviously you have to follow the law, but you have to follow the law really during winter because the snow plow cannot see your car. Can you imagine this huge truck driving through to move the snow off the road? If your car is there, huge gash in your car. Goodbye, car. But you can't see it because it's covered in snow. Also, please do not play hide and seek in the snow. This is a PSA, don't do that. Oh my god, it's terrible. Oh my goodness. Yeah, our amenities, I want to say amenities, like our system is set up for cold weather. Still some things happen. Like for example, the internet will stop or something like that. If there's like a bad storm or something, you know, power outage happens, right? Things freeze. Train tracks freeze. That was the most annoying one. That one. We should just not be traveling at that point. Like, why are we out here? They're breaking the ice on the tracks. Oh no, the train can't move. What is this? Are we in archaic times? Let's just not go outside. But there are other areas. I think it was Texas that had... Was it Texas? Surely not Texas. Isn't Texas kind of warm? Anyway, there was an area that had a really bizarre cold winter out of nowhere, and they were not prepared for it. And their infrastructure. So things were freezing. Their pipes would freeze, things like that. I hear about that all the time, that some people have to like drip their pipes so their pipes don't freeze. And where I'm at, I've never had a problem, so interesting. However, what we did run into, we have this gutter that, like, you know, there's rain, gutter, shoot, you know, the water's going down. But what happened was, in the winter, it froze. Everything was frozen. And then, all of a sudden, everything melted in one day. Too much water for the gutter. Water everywhere. I'm like, what's going on? I walk outside and I'm like, oh my god. The whole front area is just covered in water. And I'm like, what is this? What the heck's happening? Ah! Because it melted way too fast. My neighbors were fine. It's just us. The snow melts really fast and it comes back really fast. It's very annoying. Because it was snowing yesterday, so telling you. We woke up, my friend texted me actually. My friend and I have very different sleep schedules. But in the morning it's cold, right? And everything's covered in snow. Because you wake up and you're like, yay, Santa! No, that's just March in Canada. She texts me, girl, why is there snow on the roof? Why is there snow outside? And I wake up at 2 p.m. and I look outside and I'm like, there's still snow on the roof. And I'm like, Either there's still snow on the roof and that's sad, or when this type of thing happens, I message her back, yeah, girl, I went to sleep at 7, I saw it. Sorry, girl. And then she's like, what? Huh? I'm like, yeah, man, I was playing Baldur's Gate. I don't know what to tell you. Understandable. These are the kind of conversations that I have. And if we don't know what to say, we just go, like, if we haven't talked in a while, we just message each other in outrage over the weather. Like, can you believe? Or we go, how is it where you are? Please tell me. Please tell me you have as much snow as I do. Otherwise, I'm moving. Let's go. And then we'll send each other photos back to be like, look at this. Look at this nonsense. Where I'm at, the snow goes like to your knee in the height of winter. But like, you could live like an hour away from me and you don't get as much snow. It's crazy, the degree difference. Depending on how high, how elevated or not elevated. If you're higher or lower, the temperature shifts by like a degree or 2 degrees. And your snow is crazy different. I don't understand that. I mean, I do understand that, but I don't understand why we live here. That's another reason I want to move. It's too cold. I don't like. It's also really dark here. I don't understand. If you live in Toronto, it's very bright. But if you live outside of the downtown area, kinda dark, man. I feel like I live in farm country, and I don't even live in farm country. What is that? Anyway, yeah. Winter. Hey, winter, everybody. You know, actually, one thing that maybe is a weird one that you might not have to think about. I think if you have hot weather, you'll think about this. If you have a dog, you have to check that the pavement is too hot or too... Like, if it's okay for them to walk, right? In the winter, you have to wear boots. And do you think your dogs need to wear boots? Yes, they do. You gotta put little boots on your little dog. And they hate them. I have to chase my dog all around the house. Luffy, come back! Luffy, I swear, it's gonna be fine! He's like, I don't like the boots. I don't want the boots. So half the time I go outside and I don't put boots on him because otherwise he just doesn't want to come with me. Maybe that's why he's scared of me. I force him to wear the boots. I wonder if I have a photo. I feel like I have a photo of them in boots and they look kind of upset about it. Hold on. There's surely, I'm sure I have it. We need this. Dog. Apple. I wish I could like specifically tell them like dog in winter. I have some really funny photos of them. I have some photos of my dog looking like Mother Teresa. Some of them doing this to the camera. Why is it only one dog? Actually, what's going on? Is this favoritism? There's only one of them. Well, never mind. We're good. I found them. Huskies, though. Huskies really like the winter here. They're so cute. They like to like sleep outside in the snow. But then some people apparently they report the owner. Oh, I found one. They report the owner for like not caring about their dog, and they're like, no, it's not that my dog just likes winter. I don't know. How do I send this to myself? What the heck is going? What? Do I know how to use it? Okay, well, Discord it is. Give me the dog. Give me the dog. Actually, one of my dogs, she gets really cold and she starts shivering, even though she's a very fluffy dog, which is very weird. It's just too cold. Way too cold. Or it's because she doesn't have enough fur. Either one. So sometimes she has to wear a jacket. Not only boots, but a jacket. And then in the pet stores around here, they even sell pet hats. So then they can like have a little hat with a little jacket, a matching ensemble with their little boots. So cute. Okay, wait, I have the dog. She doesn't look that upset. She just looks like a ball with feet. Let's put it over here. This is my dog, everyone. This is Mei Mei. And she's got little boots. She got little boots. That's right. Wait, we got a thicker one. Maybe it's okay in the winter. She doesn't mind. She'll like lie down and she'll let you put on the boots. Luffy. That guy, I have to tackle that guy. And that's why he doesn't like me. My dog don't like me. But Mei is very well behaved because she grew up with us. Luffy didn't, so. My stepson. He's my adopted son. He's a little bit lost. He's not actually my stepson. Adopted, yes. However, it does feel like that dynamic. My poor baby. Luckily, he doesn't really get like cold paws, but then sometimes he does, and then I have a whole rant while I'm carrying him home, and I'm like, see, this is why I tried to chase you down and put on the boots. You don't understand, but mommy cares. I'm just trying to not carry an 11-pound dog for 2 blocks, buddy. I'm just trying not to do that. Actually, no, he's not 11 pounds. He's closer to 15 pounds. What? My other dog is closer to 12 pounds. Neither of them are 11 pounds. What? But it's a whole headache when both of them start acting up and I'm out in public. I'm like, oh my god, all of a sudden I have to do some bicep curls. Running down the street holding 2 fluffy balls. 2 fluff balls. I feel like this should be... How long is this stick of cinnamon? This is a cinnamon stick, by the way. It was not clear. This is like supposed to be like spiced tea? No, spiced wine, right? Have y'all ever had that? In winter, we have some interesting drinks, actually. I think we have Irish coffee. So it's like coffee with alcohol in it. Irish coffee. Bailey's, but hot coffee, of course. And then we have mulled wine. It's hot wine, like this. Apple cider is a good one. That one I can drink because I don't drink. There's quite a few. You have such stamina, Biels. They stayed for so long. My goodness. I was looking at the time, going like, goodness. I know it looks like I don't know the time, but I do know the time. Please do get that rest. You deserve the rest. All the artists deserve the rest. Yes, yes. And I appreciate you so much for staying. Also working. I do think I can't do all of this. Can you imagine me doing all of this in one setting? That'd be... No. I'm just gonna finish these weird ball things. I don't remember what they are. Sugar plum. Sugar plum. I've never actually had sugar plum, but those sugar plum. Yay! I always like co-working as well. Well, technically I'm streaming, but like it's still a co-working vibe for me as well. Thank you, amigo. Obrigada. Don't worry, everyone. We are only doing a little bit more. So if you need to rest, please do. Please rest. If you're watching on YouTube, also please rest if you need rest. Drink some water, maybe. And don't forget to save, everyone. I've never had sugar plum balls. Or sugar... they're not sugar plum balls, they're just straight up sugar plums. You think they're just plums covered in sugar? Is that what that is? I actually did not expect to stream this long. I think I just procrastinating because I don't want to do my Japanese homework. I'm not gonna lie. Or it's because I'm very... I don't want to say it's stress. I'm obviously stressed. But it's more like I really want to get something done. I don't know if y'all have this, but I really want to get something done so it doesn't feel like it's weighing on me, or get it like even closer to completion. Because I feel like I got a lot weighing on me, progress-wise. There's so many things that are started but not finished, and that stresses me out. And it's not just like, not to stress you out, but if you hear my plight here, listen. I know that doing freelance art might look like I just draw, right? And I just show up on stream occasionally and I draw. That's not my job. I do the freelance commissions. That's a big chunk of it. But a lot of the time I'm editing photos for, you know, my shop. I'm talking to manufacturers or ordering things. So polishing things to make them perfect for manufacturing. I'm making social media stuff. So also taking photos, video, YouTube video, another one. To edit that. Recording it is no problem. Editing it is the problem. Have to do my taxes. Of course. I'm a business. What else do I have to do? I have to constantly, if I'm doing events, have to curate the booth, make it better. So basically, what I'm saying is, I have a lot of jobs, and a lot of stuff is half finished. What do sugar plums look like? I gotta look this up because I don't think this is what sugar plums look like. Trust me, my eyes cannot draw for much longer. No, they straight up just look like this. I think maybe more like this though. They're like covered in sugar. Are they like mashed up sugar plums? Are a type of dragée. What is dragée? They're called plums because the small size and that they're oval or spherical. So they're not actually plums. But they're like candy. What is dragée? Are sugar plums healthy? I don't think they are. They're covered in sugar. I searched it up and I actually got less answers. I have no idea what a dragée is, but it's apparently a type of confectionery. That's what we're drawing right now. I am not 100% sure. Who knows? However, we're getting there. Sugar plum, sugar plum. I think you actually wouldn't see the bottom here. Let's see what it looks like. You ready to zoom out? I think it looks a little wonky. Woo! Sorry everyone. The plate. You know, it is quite helpful to be on YouTube if you're watching this on YouTube. Appreciate it. Because whenever the stream gets quiet, and I actually can't tell if if everybody has fallen asleep, because sometimes people are watching but they fall asleep. My eyes are so red they pick up on camera. That's crazy. Don't worry, it's makeup in my eye. I will rest up soon. I can just talk as if I'm talking on YouTube. It's great. A little wonky, but I think it's okay. I think it's more that it looks wonky over here. I feel like these balls could be bigger, because this cup is massive, and then maybe it'll look less off balance. Whoop. This. Ah. We did a lot! Woo! There's 2 more to do, but heck no. I think the one on the top is the one that's going to be kind of difficult to do, and then the one on the bottom actually is not so bad. I feel like it would be kind of chill. Oh my god, it's really in my eye. Oh my god, it's so emotional. The stream's ending. There's so much to cry about. Okay. So I worked on 2 commissions today. I worked on Tristin Cantlon's over here. Ooh. And they actually did, oh my god, so much. Just imagine me with an eye patch right now. They actually came by and told us that they liked number 6 so far, which is very interesting. We will talk about it and I'll give them, you know, all the images, but just to review it. We've got number 1, we got number 2, 3 and 4, which are quite similar. Actually, both of these are similar. We got 5, and this one is 6, the one that Tristan said that they were interested in. Ooh. I like this one too. I like it a lot. I just wasn't sure if it was fitting the character or the vibe, and I think, you know, it's quite interesting, visually appealing. This one I think was the furthest from what we were intending to do, but hey man, you miss all the shots you don't take, you never know. And then for Winnie, these are, I believe, chapter headers. I'm pretty sure. They could also be like, you know, corners. I don't know. I do think there's some things to be done, like these 2, I think because I was yapping forever. I didn't realize I should have zoomed out and made them a little bit thicker, but that's easy fix. We just thicken the outline, make it a little bit more distinct. Same with this one. These 2 are quite big, so they're already quite distinct on their own. We did a lot, yay! And did we break a record? I don't know, because I actually started the stream late. Let's see. No, we didn't break a record yet? Crazy. So today's stream was 7 hours. Another 7-hour stream. But I'm so glad to spend it all with you because I got to make a lot of progress. Hooray! I am streaming tomorrow as well, and I don't actually know what I'm streaming tomorrow. Let me double check. I do have a calendar. Otherwise I forget things. Tomorrow, I'm actually starting on some new things that I need to get done for. I was mentioning it earlier that I was accepted into like a Japanese themed event. And it is Ghibli themed. Of course. So I'm going to be working on some Ghibli themed stuff. There's actually a whole set of stuff that I have to do. But I'll pick something to work on. I believe I have to do like some stickers, which are relatively simple, and some prints actually. We're back to working on prints, so yay! Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you so much for Capsule Co for the cheer earlier. Lilith for the subscribe, and also Miwa Fox. Miwa the Fox for the raid. There was quite a bit that went on, so if I didn't say thank you, I appreciate you still. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.